Hi, testing 1, 2, 3. Good, we've got audio. We're going to have some commentary coming up soon for our 3 viewers. So please hang around, please share the stream if you can. We've got Join the Voice Saundicott coming in soon. Cheers, guys.
You might win a prize.
Hi guys, for those of you that are still out there, I think we've got 4 viewers at the moment. We're going to have commentary from now on. We have John DeVoice Saundercock. John DeVoice Saundercock in the booth.
Well, very well put.
Yeah, I thought I tricked myself there. And I'm temporarily here until my next game comes up. I'm Greg Crowdis. So we have got, I think they've broken for the first frame. So Graham Watson and Chris Amby.
Ambe, I think it is.
Okay. This is a loser's side match and it's race to 7.
So loser round 2, so the winner of this particular match goes on to loser round 3, do they?
Yeah, that's correct. Hang on, I'll just bring up, I think I've got a page with Q score on it. Steal the mouse for a sec.
Because this is slightly different to, let's say, the South Island Super League, which had more participants in it.
Oh no, I've dumped that in front of you so you can't see what's going on. Hang on, we'll just drag that away. Okay. Yeah, so we've got 2 games in this round still going. We have Liz Hullen and Rizalde Pajo playing, and Chris and Graham.
So the winner of this game gets to play Robbie Overall in loser round 3.
Yep.
And I believe the loser is out.
The loser is out.
Loser's gone. Yeah.
Yeah. And the other one, the winner of Liz and Rizalde, plays me. And they're 5-2 to Rizalde at the moment, so I've only got a few minutes left. Well, assuming Liz doesn't make a big comeback and make a match of it.
Well, I mean, remember that Liz actually used to play for, well, she has played for New Zealand before. I know this was quite a long time ago, but we know she's got it in her.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm pretty sure she went over to a World Championships in America. I'm sure she travelled over to one of those.
It's 1990s, I think it was.
I think that'd be right. It may have been held in Chicago. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to ask her.
I should have excellent memories of that too.
Oh, it would be an awesome trip.
Oh, I'd love it. Even if I just got to commentate or even just to watch, it would be a dream. Just like some of these, not players today, but players going over to Blackpool in a few weeks' time.
I've heard of it. There's a good crew of people going over there. A couple of guys from Dunedin are all kitted up, ready to go.
Because they're making their final arrangements to get the team over there. So
yeah, I think
just
there's
to have an opportunity to play for New Zealand, even if you're most likely going to get pantsed, but at least you got to say that you played for New Zealand.
Well, the cool thing is, I know these guys in Dunedin, they've been practicing at Neil Wally's place, and they've actually got one of the Supreme tables to practice on, which gives them a massive, I won't say it gives them a chance. They're not going to go into alien ground, basically, and play on tables they're not used to.
It's not as alien, is it?
Yeah.
They're playing on the same table, essentially. It's just obviously building up your skills and getting used to the fact that that table is quite a bit different to the 7-footers that we play on.
Yep.
And also the fact that the rules are still difficult for some people to really play to, because they're just so used to playing either this or CNZ that it's quite different, isn't it?
Well, especially from CNZ. It's sort of the black sheep, I think, in the 8-ball family, because it's totally different to everything else in the world. But the international rule set they play on the Supreme tables now, I think, has a lot of similarities to the world rules 8-ball that we play when we play 8-ball on these tables. I think the 2 major differences is a deliberate foul is now a loss of game if you deliberately play your opponent's ball, and don't have to call shots.
Correct. Yeah. It's a bit of a cross between World Rules 8-ball and Black Ball.
Yep. Yeah, I'd agree for that.
Those 2 rule sets kind of amalgamated in many ways to create the child that we now know as the international rules.
Yeah, and mostly what I've seen is the Ultimate League that's on Sky at the moment, and you quite often see that pop up. And a week or so, 2 weeks ago, they actually ran one in America, in Louisiana.
Oh, the UP Louisiana Open. I've seen some of that on Facebook.
Yeah, I was absolutely glued to that. That just really impressed me, how these international rules still actually worked really well on the American 7-foot bar table.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Because the American 7-foot bar table is basically the same ball size and pocket size as these ones. These are 9-footers.
Yep.
Except it's played on a 7-foot table, so everything's a bit squished in, a bit like
Yeah,
maybe the Supreme table versus the 7-footers that we play on.
well, you do find you get congestion problems. That's the one thing I noticed when I went to Vegas and played on the 7-foot, because I haven't had a huge amount of experience on the 7-foot American style table, and you find it gets clustered and congested very quickly. So you really, one of your main aims in the game is to get things open as quick as possible so you can clear.
Yeah, and that's kind of the MO, isn't it?
Yeah.
And if not, just tie everything up.
Yeah, well, don't go too soon, sort of thing.
Same as international rules, right?
Yep.
I mean, anytime you hear Simon Singleton speak about it, then he'll often preach know when to go.
Yeah.
It's a bit like the gambler. You've got to know when to hold and when to fold.
Mm-hmm.
And when to fold is basically when to know that you're not going to finish. So go and lay something up or play a snooker.
Yep.
When you get to the table, again, you want to give yourself the best opportunity to finish, or at least get a shot where you can continue the frame.
Yep. Or gain a tactical advantage, sort of thing, where you've either got an opportunity to clear or you've got control of a table that your opponent hopefully can't wrest away from you.
Correct.
So, I suppose we need to get back to the job in hand, which is commentating this match, which we've failed miserably on for the last 4 minutes. But, yeah, this has actually turned into a situation where it is time to go for Chris. He's got all the balls are in the open. He just needs one good positional shot here to get on the 8 ball after the 7. And he should be good to go.
Could run around the back of this, but
I think
feel that he's just got... Ooh, okay.
Ooh, was it a miscue?
It was.
He was stretching a bit. Hasn't really left Graham, or Watty as we prefer to call him, our president here of Canterbury Pool, and actually the president of the New Zealand Pool Association as well.
Brilliant.
Hasn't left him a lot to go with, unfortunately. There's possibly a bank back into the corner pocket where he's standing.
And you do have to call it in 10 ball. Just remember that, folks.
Yep.
It's a call pocket game.
Nah, he's played safe. There's no attempt at the pot there.
Yeah, you just try to scurry away behind the 9.
Yep.
Didn't quite get it, but at the very least he's made...
Yeah, I don't think
Chris
he's left the
play
potting
something-
angle.
Yeah.
Hasn't left the potting angle here, so it's... Other than the fact that 7 ball's going back up towards it. Nah, he's got the snooker there.
That was that kick and stick, wasn't it?
Yep. Yep, he may be able to possibly see a wee bit of the extreme left edge of this.
You're in a good position here.
No, he's jacked up to Massey, so he's... Ooh, that's Massey the wrong way. I bet he wished that wasn't on the live stream. He's looking through the window, having a bit of a snigger.
It's because... I think it's just because of the way you punch down on the side of the ball. It does tend to throw the opposite way before it massays the way you want it to.
Yep.
And maybe it was just pronounced either with his cue or with the way he actually cued it.
Yeah, he's trying to describe the shot through the window to us at the moment, with the hands waving all over the place.
He's just trying to give us his best snake impression.
He's got a wee bit straight on this. He's going to have to force through it, I think, to get shape on the 9, which he's done nicely. That's a great shot.
Yeah, every roll's a winner with these.
Yeah.
Because he'd probably just pot this with top and just run through and
He
pop the
looks
10
like
in the opposite pocket.
Yeah, he may choose to hit this a bit firmer, and he's been a bit fortunate there, to be fair.
Well, that could have kissed off the 10 and scratched, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Or it could have kissed off the 10 and been ugly, or...
Yeah,
Like
I think
he missed the pot.
he would have preferred to stun into the rail rather than to play the top that he played, but he's got out, so that's a good start for him.
So
The first
1-0 Chris Armbay over Graham Watson.
Yep, the first match is always the hardest one to win.
And the last. First and last frame's always the most difficult.
Absolutely. Right, just excuse me for a sec, John. I'll just quickly check on the... How are we looking here?
Still 5-2.
Update that page. Yeah, it is still 5-2. Oh no, they're down to a 9 ball and 10 ball. Okay. Yeah, we're sort of waiting for these 2 matches to finish before we can progress at the moment.
Well, they're at pretty much opposite ends of completion, aren't they? One of them's close to being over, the other one's just started.
Yeah, I think the next match we'll have on this table will be actually the winners qualification match, which will be the person who ends up effectively what we call the hot seat match, which is guaranteed a place in the final. That's going to be Darwin and Joe. Joe beat Brent Ogg, and
you can click on his name. If you click on his name, it will show you all of his results.
That's the way to do it, isn't it? Yeah. Joe's first game was against Katrina. He won 7-4, won 7-4 against Risoldi, and won 7-1 against Brent. Bit of a upset result.
Yeah, Brent never looked comfortable in that game. He always looked like he was struggling in that.
Yeah. And Darwin got through me first round. He got me 7-6, 7-1 his next game against Robbie Averill, and 7-5 against Jun. So that's got them both into effectively the winners qualification match, which we call the hot seat match. Effectively, it guarantees you a spot in the final where everybody else has to battle against each other to find out who's going to face you.
Yeah. Don't know if this cuts in the middle or not. He's going to give it his best go, though.
He's actually played that quite well, hasn't he?
He has, because there was room in and around the two, but he had to obviously be careful he didn't touch the two or go too wide with the cue ball.
We've got a couple more viewers in. We're up to 6.
Brilliant.
Feel free to share the stream. Ideally, we'd like you to subscribe to the YouTube channel. That way, if we ever do more streams and that sort of stuff, you'll get a notification that just pops straight up, so you can go straight to YouTube instead of having to navigate through Facebook.
Also, I think just because we do have commentary, it gravitates people towards the stream because they know something's going on. They actually know that you've got the full experience. It's what I always hear with my on-cue streams, is that when there's commentary on a stream, you will get more viewers.
Absolutely.
Because you've got more engagement.
Yeah, just creates a wee bit more interest. It's quite tough to watch.
Yeah,
passionate pool players and people who like watching matches will quite happily watch it in the background with no audio sort of thing, but it can be it's a hard ask at times.
Sometimes I try to fill in the blanks. I try to imagine myself commentating on a game.
Yep.
If it's muted or there's no commentary to begin with, I try to kind of make it up in my head.
Okay.
What I should really do, though, is to get one of yuck, it's a dirty scratch. What I should really be doing is getting one of these on tape. Maybe not so much this game, but just a game like the one that's playing out there now, how you've got one of the US 9-ball championship games.
Oh, okay. Yep.
And just make the commentary up as I go, because I don't know what the actual announcers are saying, so I've basically got a blank slate.
Oh, that'd be interesting. Yeah, bit of practice.
And I've got carte blanche to actually say what I need to say.
Yep.
Gives me a little bit of practice as well. Because this game too is vastly different to what I normally commentate on.
Yep.
He's failed to get out of the snooker again, so
that was 3 fouls.
3 fouls.
3 fouls. Okay.
The 3 foul rule does exist in 10-ball. I said before that this game is a mixture of 8 and 9-ball, and with the rules, it's got the rotation element that 9-ball has.
Yeah, the tactics are very similar for 10-ball and 9-ball. There's not much really changes. Perhaps 9-ball you tend to approach the two-way shot a bit more often because you don't have to call anything, so you can ride your luck a wee bit more.
Yeah, the call pocket option is from 8-ball.
Yeah. And
the fact that you can call a safety, and the fact that you have to call your pocket.
Well, it's interesting actually, because if you play a safety and pot the ball, I think your opponent has the choice of whether he takes the next shot or puts you back in.
Yeah, he can turn the table back over to you.
Yeah, so I know the safety rule exists in 10-ball, but I can't really see the benefit of it, to be fair.
Yeah, when would you actually play it? You could almost play it as a kind of push shot.
In some respects, as long as you make sure to leave a shot for your opponent. Obviously not something they can pot. It's pointless to let them into the game that easily, but something that's a bait for them sort of thing. you know, that,
Yeah,
that
try to force them into playing a certain way, and hopefully you get something out of it,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Just like a push shot, you hoping that they have a slash at it, or try to play a risky safety and
Yep.
cough it all up, and you get the table. So there's a push out, just
Yep.
as we're mentioning that. You don't have to hit a ball or a rail. If you do scratch, however, it is a foul, but
That's a pretty generous push out too. He's left an open, clean shot at the one ball.
yeah, I just wonder whether he thinks that Graham can't clear from here.
Yeah, well, I think the two goes in the corner past the purple 4 ball, and there's not really much else tied up. As long as he gets a reasonably good shape on the 3 here.
Yeah, we say the purple 4 ball because this is not the States and it's not a world championship.
No, yeah, and I realise the purple 5 ball's a thing nowadays, isn't it? So
That's confusing, and some players have actually got them mixed up, haven't they?
it has happened a couple of times. I think by now most people who play in the matchroom circuit have got it, you know, sort of down pat. But yeah, sort of marketing gone mad in some respects, changing the colours of the balls. They'll be changing the colours of traffic lights next.
In some places you can get blue ones though, instead of green, apparently.
Oh, okay. Oh, that'll be interesting. So Chris has got reasonable shape on the 3 here, and now pretty much if he gets a shot to the 4 is available into the corner pocket, so every ball's got a pocket now. So really he's 100% towards clearing the table at this stage.
Yeah, pretty much centre of the table he wants to be here, or slightly to the right of that central line.
I think he's trying to move the white ball a lot here. I'm not quite sure why he's brought it around that far, but he's actually got a shot. It's going to be tricky to get on the 5 ball now.
Yeah, he's really going to have to push through this and push through the 10.
Yeah, if he played position for a cut in the corner, the path of the white ball naturally comes back down the table towards the 5. So he's going to have to make something happen now.
Maybe that's just the way he plays, because he did that to get onto the 10 ball too, didn't he?
No, he
In the
did too.
previous frame,
Yeah.
went the circuitous route rather than just...
Yep. So
Sort
to
of
me,
popping
the
it there.
path of the white ball's blocked by the 10 now.
But no, he's cued through that magnificently.
Yep.
10 might as well not have even been there.
Okay, and I think for this one he's probably going to look at going up and down the table. He won't try and hold the white ball for the green 6. He'll look at sending the white ball on a path up and down the table to float back into the middle.
Or even to try and play with lots and lots of right-hand bottom and try to hold it that way. I know some people can do that, but
Yeah.
it's quite a finicky shot.
Yeah, I wouldn't be trying to do it with a jigger, that's for sure.
No, hell no.
I think he's better letting the white ball travel a wee bit here.
Get a nice full cue through the ball.
Yeah. Yep, I think he's
Assuming
worked
the
out
white
pretty
ball
good there. He's ended up on the
stays
right
up,
side of a
he's good.
6. He's got queuing room. Well, by good fortune, he's got the corner pocket to gain access to the part of the white ball he wants to hit.
Exactly. Otherwise he would have had to jack up fairly high on this.
Yeah, if he was jammed up on the rail, it would actually become quite an awkward shot. He just needs to basically stun the white ball back out towards the middle of the table for the 7 ball in the same pocket. Oh, he's lost the white a wee bit there.
So he's going to have to cut with the cue ball running towards the 8 here, and you're never quite sure what's going to happen with these.
Yeah, it's in the hands of the pool gods now.
You want to get a nice firm contact on the 8 if he can. Send it towards that corner pocket.
Yep. I think he requires a bit of pace at the 7 to actually, yeah, because it was a really fine cut.
And then you risk losing the cue ball even more when you do that.
Yeah, so
You risk not potting the ball as well.
what he's got a bit of a problem here, because the white's on the rail, he can't really do a huge amount with the white ball. He's just going to have to rely on queuing through this to give himself angle for a long shot on the 8.
That was not a million miles away either.
No. I think Chris here has actually got a very similar problem. He's going to have to force through this to bring the white ball, swing the white ball around the corner pocket to get shape on the 8 ball.
But this is his game though.
Yeah.
This is what he's been playing the whole game.
And it's a much more available pot, but he hasn't really got into that enough. So the white ball's going to be travelling again if he takes his cut on.
As we saw Jessen when he was here, he made those shots look so simple because he put a boatload of side on them too, but he
Yep.
just stroked the ball so well.
Yeah.
He didn't have to power it, as opposed to Chris, who you feel hasn't quite got that same timing. He's having to power it.
Yeah, he's using muscle to move the
Yeah.
ball around the table as opposed to the timing that Jessen could generate. And when you
Players
watch
of
his game played at the top level, you see most players have that sort of cue power.
Players of his ilk have more timing than power because they need it,
Okay.
and only power when you genuinely need it, which you hope to never need it, but
Yep.
you know you've got it.
hmm So what he's got a chance to get on the board here. It's by no means an easy shot, but hopefully he hits it this at a pace that makes the pocket play a bit bigger. Just dumped it into the side rail a wee bit too much and sort
These
of
are
left.
not easy either.
No, he still left Chris on the 50-yard line here, halfway between a cut to the corner or a sliced into the centre. Most likely, I think he'll be taking this down to the corner pocket. I think
Or a bank,
possibly, yeah, absolutely.
bottom left. The
Yep.
bank's not a bad option if you're scared of the cue ball scratching.
Mm.
I know the cue ball scratch is a big thing with this shot, so
Yep.
a lot of players actually practice this bank for this opportunity.
Yeah, I think he's gone for the corner shot though. Just cut it down to the corner.
Overcut it.
Yeah, he's gotten away with it to an extent.
Well, because he overcut it, he never was in consideration for the scratch.
Yeah. Oh, I think that game's finished, John. I'm going to have to leave you by yourself for a while, and I'll get my next game up. So I'll leave you guys out there in the company of John
look at
Zonderkott.
the
Oh, wow. I hope he called it.
Pretty sure he would have done. If he doesn't know.
Oh,
Oh, the tablet's gone out.
okay. I'll have to do some IT work before my game. I'll be back up. Oh, what happened there? He's actually reset the whole thing. Right, you're in charge, John. See you later.
Awesome. Thank you, Greg. So you're 2-1 the score. Just having some issues with the tablet, so Greg will try and get that fixed as quickly as possible. Ethan Cedric Armbay must be relative of Chris's, I'm taking, just by the last name. Hello to you. Como está? So Greg, as he was saying before, is now just about to play. So I'm riding solo for the moment. So this is the third frame, the fourth frame, not the third. And wow, I thought that 2 was going in, but instead it's a dry break. Incidentally, the 2 is probably the most difficult ball on this table. Everything else has an opportunity to go somewhere. It's just whether he decides to engage or not. Yeah, if he's played for that snooker, it's very good. Otherwise, he's just gotten lucky. Generally, if players are not playing for that snooker, they'll put their hand up and say sorry, but didn't see that, so maybe he was playing for it, and that is exactly why. And also the fact that the 2's gone onto the 9 necessitates Chris to actually break it up, but even then, with the 3 foul rule in this game, he doesn't necessarily need to. He could just pot the 1 and then try to leave the 2 snookered on the 9, or even snooker him on the 1 again, because he's got the 2 there as a possible next ball he can snooker. See, that's all gone wrong because he's actually opened the 2 up and not gotten the snooker on the 1, so any chance of getting 3 fouls is severely compromised here. I think he was looking for a snooker rather than a pot there, because the 2's ugly. So if you're trying to pot that ball, then you're going to get a really tough shot on the 2, so it's not worth it. He didn't call that. He's not going to get another shot, and quite possibly he'll be happy he didn't get another shot. Graham, if he wants to, can actually send Chris back in here, or take this as it is. It's just a loss of turn, because he either didn't call a pocket or the ball went into a different pocket than called. Now the 2 being in play, I think he was trying to run around behind the 7 there for position on the 3, but he just got his cueing all wrong. He's left a rather fortunate snooker here. This time Graham able to get out of it, and not only that, he's left Chris not an opportunity to pot. But you know what generally happens next with these, or at least what should have happened, but he's failed to get the snooker. Has left him long and possibly quite difficult on the cut if he wants to play the cut. But generally in this game, if there are lots of balls on the table, you'll be playing to try and snooker behind something, and that's exactly what Graham has done. So Chris has called the pocket top left and then failed to make contact, so will be a ball in hand back to Graham. So I'm not too sure what Graham was trying to do there. It's not a second foul. I think he was just trying to recount the shots in his head that were played before that one. Bit of canny here from Graham. Again, like Chris though, he's failed to get the snooker. So his score is now correct. He has at the very least not left him an easy pot. But that's a lovely shot, assuming he's called it. Of course, if he's called that combination, then he'll continue, which it appears that he has, because he's still at the table. Sometimes all it is just calling the ball that you wish to make, because the pocket's obvious. These pockets aren't that big. They're not like those diamond tables that the US Open used to be played on. I was just watching some footage from that before. Those pockets look like buckets compared to these ones. And these pockets on these tables are certainly a lot bigger, or play a lot bigger than the pockets on our old ones that we used to have here. Don't think the 2 passes, so he's calling the combo on the 8 here. Or maybe he thought it did pass. Must have just been a hair in it. So I'm going to go one rail here with perhaps just a trace of below the centre of the cue ball. And he's actually ended up on the other side and still in pretty good position. He may find it a little trickier to get on the 4 here. He may have to actually give this some to get it off the rail and across, which he has done, and he's done it beautifully. If he could have drawn a path for the cue ball, it would have been very similar to that one. Just a wee stop or stun type shot. Yeah, he's okay. A little bit lucky, he's actually coasted a little there. Yes, the angle was there for that to happen, but it is possible to play that shot and stick the cue ball close to that left rail. That's a dreadful shot on the 5 though. I think he's going to get away with this too. He's actually left Chris at least partially snookered on the 5 here. I think the 5 does pass the 6, that's why he's called the pocket bottom right. He got out of the snooker but didn't make the pot. Could either bank this or flick off the right hand side of it and go for a snooker. But the 6 being right there makes the bank an attractive shot, which he gets. He's just got to watch that he doesn't scratch or go behind the 8 ball here. Oh, the scratch was very real, but he's gotten jammy. You've got to make your own luck in this game. You've got to be willing to play shots. Would have wanted to be straighter on that 8 ball so he could just stun and then stun again. He can run around behind the 10 ball if he wants to here, which is what he's tried to do, and he's not, just hasn't cued it right. And again the lucky snooker. Someone's just walked in that he knows, so that's what Graham was off to do after that shot, go to say hello. I really need to stop brushing the mic with my finger. That little staticky noise is me accidentally touching the mic, so I'm sorry about that if it annoys you. And this time the lucky snooker results in a ball in hand. And just 2 on the table, so anywhere you want, all you've really got to do is draw a line in your head where you want the cue ball to go, and then place it and cue it to fit. And anytime you've got a shot like this, you're wanting to take a path that leads the cue ball towards position on the object ball. So you want the cue ball to be running towards the 10 rather than away from it, or towards a good line of position for the 10. Because this is an example here. If he were to just draw this straight back for the 10 in the top left corner, he'd be drawing the cue ball back towards what would be a great straight line to just poke the 10 in. He's tried to go off 2 rails there and just open the angle up for the 10 in the opposite corner, and he's made it hard for himself. Still goes though, which he nails it. Where's this cue ball going? It really needs to pull up, and it does, and it does. 2 little ducks. We're tied at 2, whatever you want to call it. 2's a wild. A little bit fortunate there that he was actually able to still get a decent look at that 10 despite being wildly out of position for it. And especially when you've got a ball in hand, you really don't have an excuse. But all's well that ended well. Chris Armbay in the 5th frame here to break. And looks like it's gone dry. The 5's still making a bid for it, but no. Two's going to be a bit tricky here. He's going to play this and then play the combination, you would feel. So the 2 onto the 8. The 5 actually makes that pocket a bit bigger too. So if he's slightly off-piste on the 8 here, it could go in off the 5. No, he's actually too far off for that to occur. He's actually hit the wrong side of the 5, and again holding his hand up because he's gotten a fortunate snooker. Seems to have been the way that this game is going so far, is that any time he misses a pot he leaves a snooker, which is quite a cruel way to get back to the table in this game, and your opponent's just missed one cold and you're having to play out of one of these. But that's not a bad response from Chris. He's again leaving himself open to be snookered, but at the very least he hasn't left anything easy. Graham's still got to work for this. Behind the 4 is what he wanted. I think Chris can pot this. He's trying to stick the cue ball behind the 4, but he overran it. Remember, the 4 is purple with these balls and not pink. That orange ball near the cue ball is the 5. So you had to jam that in to try and get the cue ball to follow for the 3, and now it's Chris's time to get a lucky snooker. I just wonder if he can see the extreme left-hand edge of this. Well, he thought he could anyway, but he's failed to make contact. So Chris will get a ball in hand. And here the biggest problem for Chris is the fact that the 4 blocks the 2 into the pocket that would have been the easy route to take for the 3. So he might have to give this a bit of power here to get it through the 10. Unless he's trying to go off the side rail to the right here and back out. Look out, look out. No, he can't see it. I can just see him in person there. Just the way that he reclined tells me that he can't see this, so he's going to have to go off the rail. He didn't get into it enough. There's a bit of a half a kick off the rail, half a swerve shot there. The swerve would have had the line off the rail to actually potentially pot the 3, but he didn't get into it enough. He didn't get the spin that he needed. So what he now has a ball in hand, and that was more muscle than timing. He's managed to get position of some sort on the 4 here. And those are not easy cuts when you're having to reach over the whole table like that. You're actually struggling to get yourself fully in line for the shot, because you're almost queuing off to the side of your body when you're having to stretch, which is generally for shots like that where you use the rest, or if you're able to, use an extension. But if you're stretching sideways, you're always better to use the rest. And Chris has done exactly the same thing, but without the queuing impediment. So this time he has left a better looking shot for Graham. Might be able to play this so that the cue ball takes the top rail and misses the 5 on the way back, because it does look straight enough that he can actually miss that 5 on the way in or the way out. Although the fact that he's actually missed it fat suggests to me that maybe not. If he'd missed it thin and it had come back and missed the 5, then we would have been asking the same question, but doesn't matter now. Tried to play the combo on the 10 and failed. So he's just got to wonder how he's going to get. Maker's Mark and Coke Zero. So Chris Bowman's partner, or who was his partner anyway, Katrina, was just talking to me. Might even get to hear a few words from her if she feels bold enough. Suppose we should actually talk a little bit about Chris while we can. Might actually wait for this frame to finish first and then I'll just drop a few facts or whatever on you, because I mean this is why we're all here, right? It was originally going to be a tournament to qualify for the New Zealand 10 Ball Open, but because that's been superseded by the World 8 Ball Championships, look at all this side. How about that for a nifty bit of English? But because the World 8 Ball Championships is now on instead, in the same place at the same time, in Hamilton on the 2nd until the 8th of September this year, this no longer is a qualifying tournament for the New Zealand 10 Ball Championship. This has instead been reimagined as a memorial tournament for Chris Bowman, who has represented New Zealand as Chris Ombe scratches, who has actually represented New Zealand in both 8 and 9 ball in the States. Now he's played a few years for the VNEA League, or the Championship, as well as, of course, he's won the 2008 New Zealand Open. I think that was 8 ball. Just trying to remember whether that was 8 ball or 9 ball. I know some people might be able to tell me. And you sort of angle towards the 9's good here, otherwise just stop it. It's okay, he's off the rail enough. Got to be careful that the cue ball doesn't run directly towards the 10 here off this first rail. He's missed it anyway, so it's not going to matter. I think he was wary of that, just making sure that he got the cue ball out on a diagonal rather than coming out straight towards the 10 and leaving himself halfway in between. So Chris is going to have to give this some power either way. He's either going to have to power screw, which means he'll have to jack up on this. Looks like that's the option he's taken. Nailed the pot. The position's pretty good actually. You can see the tap on the table that Watty gave him, and this is a very similar shot to the one Watty had in the previous frame. But Chris has missed it by a country mile, and what's more, he's left Graham nice and accessible to the 10. Which he duly drains, and the cue ball, despite thinking about the middle pocket for a home, decides it's too expensive, so why not just settle next to it. So Graham Watson takes his first lead of the match. 3-2 up now. These games are all raced to 7, by the way. Doesn't matter whether you're on the loser's side or the winner's side. You'll be playing a race to 7, which is great. We get to see more pull. We get to see genuinely what you will see in these longer races is that the better player does actually win. And when you're looking at the stream, you generally get your own idea of who the better player is, and more times than not in a race to 7 that better player will win. So I know it sounds a bit silly, but often in short races it's the luckier player who tends to win. And yes, you make your own luck, but in 9 and 10 ball you can quite easily get fortunate without achieving what you want to achieve. So nothing doing there off the break for Graham. He's trying to come up for the 2 in the same pocket and not quite gotten back far enough. Looks like he's just going to play a safety here and dump the cue ball behind that bunch of balls. That's yuckies. Hit the bones out of that one, Graham. It's not right on the 5, but it's close enough to make this a real difficult snooker to get out of. It's one rail when you're that close to the rail. Oh, he's done brilliantly. He's done excellently to get out of that. And also not just to get out of it, but to leave Chris a difficult shot back. He could clip off the right hand side of this too and run in behind some of those balls again. Or he could play the two-way shot, go for maybe the plant if it's there, or if you miss it because of the traffic around it, you can easily hide the 2 ball behind something, which he has done. Yeah, come side rail here. Don't think he called anything, which is just as well because nothing dropped. And I don't think the 3's in the way, so Chris should be able to see the side of this ball. Just needs to make sure he doesn't hit it too fat, which he hasn't. He's done well. If he'd hit that too fat, he risked the scratch. Thank you. Yeah. He tried to play the combination there, and well, he hasn't gotten lucky that time. He's gotten lucky almost every other time he's missed a pot, but this time not so much.
Do you want another headset? Oh, you got it? Just need to turn it up.
Right,
those,
so
those 2 buttons there control the headsets.
right, so Katrina is going to say a few words alongside me. I've just got to let her know that she's turned on, which she is. There you go.
Yep, I'm turned on now.
Are you sure you want to say that as your first words?
Couldn't resist, it's too easy.
Typical Scottish humour as well. No, he didn't call it, so he doesn't get another shot. I thought for a moment he'd called that, but he hadn't. Oh, lovely out. Lovely way out of this. Got a screw here, he's just got to be careful that he doesn't run into the 9 or the 6 on the way back. Oh, hello, look out.
Not nice.
It's a bit cuddly. Oh, did he make a rail? Yes, he has.
The 6 moved anyway.
Oh, okay, so he fouled.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good pick. Suppose whilst you're here, we should actually talk a little bit about Chris if you're okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just running through some of what he'd done before when you weren't here, about how he is a previous champion of New Zealand in this format of the game. Well, not this format, but on these tables.
Yeah. I
And
definitely
about-
preferred these tables, I think.
Yeah, I think they just suit his playing style. Well, they suited his playing style quite a lot. Because he liked to give it a real hit, didn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
He liked to let the cue ball go.
But it's also very strategic as well.
Yeah, you know, he was quite a cunning player too, wasn't
Mhm.
he? Obviously, you saw a lot of him rifling balls in at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Yep.
But what you often didn't see is the little touches and nudges and safeties and so on that you need in this game.
Yeah. But then he would always play with safety in mind. Taking the shot to leave, if he did miss, leaving the opponent nothing.
Yeah, which is generally the two-way nature of the game, isn't
Mhm.
it?
Yep. The way he saw it though wasn't orthodox, shall we say.
I think most people would say that, to be fair. He was to orthodoxy like King Herod was to child rearing. If any of you know about that. This is going to be a bit touchy because of the 10's basically right in line for a full ball contact. That's why he's jacking up. He's trying to just slide off the side of the 10. He wanted to slide off the side of the 10 because that would propel the cue ball towards position on the 9. Unfortunately, when you jack up like that, sometimes you lose your sight line. Because I know you must have had that issue before, mustn't you? If you're jacking up on a ball, it's harder to actually see the shot.
Well, yeah. And on these tables as well, it slides a lot more, doesn't it?
Yeah, just the cloth. As opposed to the bitier cloth on the 7-footers. Don't see that a hell of a lot. Just run into the ball, touch it like that. Have to put some distance between himself and the 9 here, which he has done.
Well, I played Chris before, he just put me out, actually. And he can get that cue ball around the table easy enough. But he also likes to slam them in too.
Oh, so he was a similar sort of play style to Chris Bowman, was he?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but he certainly hit them really hard. He wouldn't pot them though.
Oh, look out!
Yeah, I wouldn't say Chris would do that.
No, he probably would have played it about a pair Q-tip above where Chris Ombe just played that. Because he would have been more aware of the fact that there was a scratch potentially. So a bit of a gift there for Graham, but he'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
So 4-2 to Graham Watson.
I'm only going to lose round 2.
Yeah, it's been, I think there's this game and the one that Liz just finished against, trying to remember his name.
I'll get.
You get the actual draw up. Rizalde, that's right. Rizalde just beat Liz, and that was the other game that we were waiting on in this round to progress the tournament. Greg was saying that the most likely game to be next on this would be the winners qualification match
Okay.
between Joe Aldrin Summerling and Darwin Dule.
Mm-hmm. So he's still in the winner's side. They both are. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so the winner of that game goes through to the final, and then the loser has to win themselves back in to contention to be in the final. Just playing a push out there. He doesn't want to snooker Chris here because Chris can hand it back. I mean, Chris can hand this back anyway if he doesn't like this shot. Yeah, he's decided I don't like this. I don't like having to jack up over a ball, you do it. I've heard Graham's had a wee laugh about it too. It's one thing you're always guaranteed with Graham Watson, you're always guaranteed a few laughs. He's one of the most undisputed characters of the game.
Well, I just met him at the beginning of this year when we came down for that that Christmas one. Never met
Oh,
him
you're
before.
talking about
Graham.
Watty?
Yeah.
I'm surprised you've not met him before this. All those years you've missed out. Oh, look out. It's not too late to buy a lotto ticket today, Watty. On sale until 7 o'clock. I don't know what he was trying to do. I don't even think he knows what he was trying to do.
It's not bad result though.
You reckon this passes the 6?
It does look like it. Yeah.
Boy, that wasn't bad. He got on the 3 as well if he had potted it. It was not an easy shot that because he had to not only just squidge it past the 6, but he had to control the cue ball too, both of which were not easy. I think he's hit the 3 first there. And that's my call anyway. I think Graham's saying that he hit the 2 first.
Where is it? Oh, he's not moving it.
No, he's playing it from where it was, and generally I think with that sort of shot both players would be in agreement as to what's happened.
Yeah, there's not so many refs or anything around in this game.
No, you don't see a lot, or at least with a shot like that you can call someone over to watch the shot,
Yeah.
but doesn't matter now, does it? It's all done and dusted. Oh, he's done well there. He might still go behind the 10 though. Yeah, he's just a little unlucky because that little deflection off the 9 took the cue ball behind the 10. He's trying to just miss it on the way back and he got the flick. Looked like he was going to be okay on 4, but the white ball just kept on going.
No. Hit the 10.
Have you had a lot of experience playing on these tables, Katrina?
No, not at all. And that certainly affected me today. There's none of these in Nelson at all. Just whenever we've come down here. I do like it though. Just need to get the hang of it.
Yeah, it's just a much different play style, isn't it? Obviously this game is so much different to C and Z too,
Yeah.
and the tables are different, balls are different, and
I do like 10 ball as well because, yeah, you have to call your pocket.
yeah, there's no slop shots in 10 ball. And it's got the rotation element to it as well, which is really quite cool.
Hello, how are you going?
There's Liz Hullen just poking her head in. Yeah, I'm good, Liz.
Commentating, eh?
Yes.
Tell you what, it hurts when you lose in 10 ball, when you just hang that 10 or the 9 or it's
Yeah, that's incredibly frustrating. That happened to me a couple of times, to be fair. See him using the extension there, he's just unscrewing it now. There's something that I'd never ever used before today is an extension on my pull cue, because John Pitcorn let me use his today and that had an extension on it. There's a couple of shots where I used the extension and must say it's actually quite cool to have that ability.
comes in handy.
See, I've never had a cue that's had a screw-on extension, so to actually be able to do that and experience why players a lot of players swear by them.
Mm. So I see it more in snooker and
Because you can still hold the cue the same way with an extension. You don't actually have to change the way that your back arm is on the cue. It's just that your cue's just longer. Woo, baby.
that's alright.
So I was threatening to go behind the
Mm.
10. So you're up for the whole weekend?
Mhm.
Or
Yep.
down rather, because you've... Oh yeah? Shot. Just needs to now put that same lovely cue through the 10.
1993.
Ow.
6 months pregnant too.
So we'll just get to that. We've just been handed a photo. We'll get to that after this. Oh dear.
Oh, dear.
dear.
Yeah.
So might as well just give that away,
Mhm.
even though you shouldn't be. Oh yeah.
Some people say you play better when you're pregnant as well because you do tend to stay still a lot longer because you've got that extra. I know I played okay when I was.
Had to use a jigger.
Everyone's worse with the jigger too.
Oh, yeah.
There's some people are reasonable with it, and some people just can't play with it at all.
I hardly ever use it because I don't need to use it as much as some, but when I do, I don't enjoy using it.
Well, you're a tall, thin stretch of not a hell of a lot, so you don't need it.
Mm.
So might as well get that in while I can. Don't know, ever think of to remember to see Mike Hurley ever use a jigger either. Speaking of tall, thin people.
He was here at the last tournament we had here. Well, the last one that I was at. He was circling around.
As he does. Nothing off the break. In fact, I don't think there have been that many breaks with balls made off them in this particular game. I know it is harder to make a ball off the break in 10 ball. So Chris just pushing out there.
That's something I don't always get.
Whoa.
That was a shot. Something I don't always get about the strategy of 9 ball and 10
He
ball.
didn't call it.
Oh no! That's why he's laughing.
That's why we're laughing.
Yeah, when to do it and when not to do it, because they can just send you back in, can't they?
They can.
Oh, that's going in. No, it's not.
Nah, pockets aren't that big. Yeah, that's true. And the best push-outs in this game and in 9 ball are the ones where you've got a 50-50 chance of being given the shot back.
Mm-hmm. So you've always got to sort of play with that in mind.
Yeah, and if you do get sent back in, then it's good to actually have a plan in case it's still your shot. Because you know you're playing for something that your opponent can't readily make something of. And often it's to avoid giving them a pot, but it's also to avoid giving them an easy snooker. Because you've still got several balls on the table usually, there's a lot of opportunity to snooker. So if you're pushing out, you have to be wary of
You
the
might.
fact that you've got a lot of balls that your opponent can put a snooker in behind. Tried to combo the 10 there and ended up making it in the wrong pocket. So the 10 will go back up on the spot. It was actually something that Jan and I forgot to do when we played each other before. We played about 3 shots each with the 10 not on the table.
And when did you realise?
When I was looking at the 8 and looking at the line for the 8 to the 9 and realised, oh wait, I've got the 9 to the 10 and the 10's not there.
And would it have got in the way if it was on the table?
No.
Oh god.
John said he was a bit brassed off because the 10 would have been a good ball to hide the cue ball behind for the
Well.
shot he played before. So he didn't have that safety option available.
You could
Because
say
we
that-
forgot to respot the 10.
You could say that might be his fault for not realising the 10's not on the table.
Yeah, I think we shared that one,
Yep.
to be honest. We both like, yeah, we both played on without the 10 on the table, so we both should shoulder it.
I've certainly done it in Charter Club when you use the 8 as a free ball,
Ouch.
not thinking about where the
Ouch.
mm,
That's a dirty snooker to do to yourself. Yeah, I've done that too. I can remember once that I've done it, not put the 8 back up after a free ball, or even sometimes players, they forget to put it back up if they pot it off the break. It's one of those easy ones to do when you're actually focused on, oh, that would have been okay, I think, if the draw hadn't gotten in the road. But it's an easy one to do if you're focused on what you're doing next, not what you should be doing, playing the 8 and potting it, which would be out of turn. But how would you approach this shot, Katrina?
Well, that's something that, yeah, because of the length of the table as well, where to put it.
Was it also,
It's going down for the 5.
yeah, I mean, it's helpful because you've only got one ball that you can play to, but that's where it's quite helpful to know your lines on the table. Like, he's gone 1, 2, 3 rails to get to the 5, which he's then missed, but that's beside the point.
He got on it, yeah.
Yeah, he's got 1, 2, 3 rails to get to the 5. A lot of players would have just played 1. I suppose it's just what you're used to, isn't it?
And he was, a lot of the time when we played, he was getting good possession on his next ball, but just not potting the
When you're
ball.
missing it.
Yeah. So his, yeah. Our
Trying
game
to go
probably
behind the 6 and he hasn't done it. Yeah, and that's frustrating too, because with being a rotation game, it's your opponent that gets the next shot on the same ball you've just missed. You do all that hard work and then have nothing to show for it. So he was going in behind the 7 there, between the 7 and the rail. He wanted to put the 6 in the bottom left,
like,
but he's just gotten
it's gone
into
for
the rail too early. Call a bank, did he? That's
Very
an
nice.
excellent shot and gets the tap on the table too.
Yep. And that'll take him down to get onto the 8 as well. To get
Well, he potted in the middle,
I'll have
the
to go
corner's not
yeah.
there.
Let's go in the middle.
The middles are hard on these tables on the angle, because they're not cut the same way as a 7-footer. You see they're pointed rather than curved for the jaws. It's not even close. You might actually get a snooker out of this too. But because it's a point and not a rounded jaw, if you hit that near jaw, you're almost guaranteed to miss. So you're almost aiming for the very inside of the far point of the pocket, about where it meets the pocket.
If you play it hard and then against that, the closer pocket corner, say, it will go through it as well.
Yeah, I've seen that happen.
Yeah, that's what Chris told me to do.
You compress the rail so that the ball actually disappears into the pocket behind it. I don't even think he could reach that with the extension, so... And yeah, that's why he's gone and grabbed the rest.
I think those 3, they're all sort of sharing equipment with is it Joe? Yeah. And the other, you said his name before, the younger boy? They're all
Rizaldo.
yeah, they're all...
Yeah, I don't think they've got enough rests for these tables. I think they've got 5, and one table has to 2 tables have to share a rest.
Yeah, you have to be aware of where you leave it after using it, I think.
So you have to be careful that you are not getting in the way of the other game if you need the rest.
It's going to go too far.
You might go around it and get away with it. Oh, you might have still gotten away with it.
But it's right on the rail.
He's also quite cuddly to the 9 too, so this cue ball path is going to be interesting to say the least.
Just pot it. Take your medicine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, beautifully
Mm.
played. He's probably just a little short, but
Mm-hmm.
he's actually hit that very, very well, because that is a hard shot to play. It's one of my least favourite shots, is having to jack up a ball like that. Please don't do that to me in a couple of weeks' time if you play me.
Just gonna take a note.
Mm,
Oh, he went that. Oh, okay.
it's quite a big middle pocket on that
Mm.
angle.
Oh. Oh dear.
He's not even hanging around for the executioner's black cap.
Well, they Morty did that in the last frame, so.
Yeah, I suppose so. Never concede.
Hmm.
It's one thing I'd always teach people. Never concede a frame. Even if the ball's right over the bin, let them play it.
Yep. I've been taught that as well.
It's one chance in 10,000 that they'll make a mistake, but at the same time it's just a mark of respect to me. They've earned the opportunity to play that ball, let them have it.
Hmm.
Let the frame go to its natural conclusion. 5-3 now to Graham Watson. Went for the soft break. Just don't tend to see that too much in 10 ball, but then again, if the balls are harder to pot in 10 ball, you kind of got one eye on potting one and one eye on making it hard. Oh, cue ball on the rail
On the
though,
rail,
so
I'd say it'd be okay to get that.
it's just the angle. It's reasonably straight. He had to be careful.
And these ones are tricky as well, I found today, but whether to put in the ball onto the other one.
Oh, you're playing a combination.
Hmm. I marked up a few.
Especially because that particular one wasn't direct.
Mm.
You had to cut the 2 into the 4. You almost had to imagine the 4 was the pocket rather than where the pocket actually is.
That's a good way of thinking about it, yeah.
Or imagine that your cue ball is the 2, and okay, where do I have to hit on the cue ball to pot the 2? Oh, sorry, to pot the 4. So imagine I'm just cueing straight at the ball and the 4 isn't there. How would I be playing it
Have they
to
disappeared?
get it there? I think one player's there. Maybe it was either an emergency toilet break or perhaps somebody needed a call on something. Because I know sometimes you'd need the tournament controller or what have you to make a call on something. Just so happens that the tournament controller's playing as well. Have you ever had that in Waimea when you've actually ran or co-ran a tournament?
Mark and Sue do most of the tournament running. Hmm.
Who did? Oh,
Mark and
Mark,
Sue.
Mark,
Yeah.
Mark and Sue.
Mark.
Mark and Sue Watson.
Translate
that's
that into Kiwi. Mark.
We don't use ours in this country. I know you
Everyone
do
thinks
in
I say.
Scotland.
Everyone thinks I say Mike when I say Mark.
Yeah, maybe just my hearing's shot.
No, it happens to me all the time.
Oh, so it's not just me
No.
then. I thought my hearing was pretty good. Actually went for a hearing test recently and it came back fine, so... and an eyesight test and that came back fine. So I've got no excuses really. Yes, I understand that the Scottish accent can be difficult to pick up, but I'm pretty used to it.
Well, mine's definitely not as strong as some.
Yeah, some people are near impossible to understand.
But I have been called up on the balls that I've called, say calling a free ball, and I have been called up on that before because they've not understood what I've said.
Sometimes you need to walk up to the ball and actually point to it. It's this one. This is the one I want to play. Had just enough angle there to get back for the 3. The 3 and the 5, there's a fair bit of separation between the two. The 3 might actually rub off the back side of the 9, off the rail and then off the back of the 9.
No, I went right past it.
Okay.
Did look a bit closer from here.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell from this angle. You don't have the top-down view or the side view, so you're having to kind of guess.
So this is a good setup for commentating and watching.
Oh, it's great. Touch the 4, sorry, the 7, so it's ball in hand. Yeah, this was a fairly recent addition to Paul Canterbury headquarters here at the Woolston Club. For this in mind, in fact, if we do get big tournaments here, then
It's
we've
good.
actually got a setup to do commentary and reach a wider audience, which is exactly what we wanted to do. It's just what we're trying to do with our on-cue streams, for example. We're wanting to actually broadcast Paul to a wider audience, and we even got people from overseas. When we did our last tournament, when we did the Super League South Islands, they came and actually tuned in from the USA and I think from the UK and Australia. Some people did, to watch the stream. And I know one of the guys from the USA was trying to learn the rules basically as they were playing, and I was trying to explain to him how the rules are different from what he normally plays, which is obviously like 8 and 9 ball on these tables. So it's
So how would he?
very, very similar.
I was going to say, how would he find out about the on-cue streaming in New Zealand? I mean, how does it come up on his YouTube or?
He must be subscribed to the channel, so anytime on-cue streaming put up a stream, anybody who is subscribed will receive a notification that a stream has been started.
Oh, I just jumped in the pocket.
That's real frustrating because look at your position.
Yeah.
He's pretty much
Le-
plumb on it.
Left it okay though. Well, it does, well, we know it goes past.
It does go. Yeah.
Not like that, it won't.
No, he didn't play that all wrong. He was trying to. I think he was trying to leave it on the rail and make him bank. He's trying to play the snooker type shot to leave it on the rail. This time it does go. So this last one rattled. This one went.
He's still got
Somebody's
good
mate
position.
was their way. Oh, it's Liz again. Hi, Liz.
I'm going to get going. Go to the show.
Okay, it's all good.
Is Liz meant to be your ride?
No.
No,
She's going home to get blitzed and glammed.
Okay. You going off to some event later on?
Regular 42nd Street, yeah, then after party. It's a show. Regular
Oh, okay.
42nd Street, yeah.
Oh, awesome. Have a good night.
Do.
Former New Zealand representative Liz Holland.
So you also played with Chris overseas many times, didn't you? You played with Chris representing New Zealand and
have a
Australia and whatnot.
bank.
Yeah.
What a shot that was. Sorry, we talked all over
I
it.
know, sorry.
Length of the table bank.
Oh, wow.
Glad one of us was watching.
I know. Not doing a very good job at this commentating. Oh dear.
Christopher. Did all that work.
Yeah.
This game's cruel like that. Did such a good job too of not only potting the ball but getting a reasonable shot on the 10, and then he fluffed it. Well, that's drilled. Have some of that.
Okay. That's Graham on the hill.
No, I think you're doing fine, to be fair, Katrina. I know you
You've
probably
been
aren't.
kind.
Well, I mean, you're not used to this, are you?
No, definitely
It's
not.
not something that you do a lot of.
I like watching it, but
Talking about it's a different kettle of fish, isn't it? I'm sure he's got the rack the wrong way round.
we did some streaming for we had a tournament last week in
That's-
Waimea. We tried to do some streaming, trying to get it going there as well.
Or did you run it through somebody's
Just did it on
page?
Facebook Live, yeah. No
Okay.
commentating, but just streaming.
Did you get the normal comments of, oh, you should ask John to come to Waimea?
Didn't actually look to see what the comments were.
It's probably Sheldon being a smart ass.
Well, he usually is. Yep.
Yeah, I think that's a legal break. 4 balls have to touch a rail, or 4 colours have to touch a rail. I think it's okay. 'Cause he made a ball, so I think it's a combination of 3 balls touch a rail and then 1 drops. It's a woeful break.
Mm-hmm.
I'd ask to rack those, but I think we already know the answer. I
And you did
suspect,
say he was using it
I
wrong.
suspect he was using the rack incorrectly.
Oh, he didn't push out.
I don't think he was. I don't think he called it.
But the ones were there, so you didn't even.
Oh, sorry, you're dead right. Silly bastard. Look at all the balls on the table, not just the one he's playing towards.
Oh yeah.
It's all those balls to hide behind, and I think that's something as well that you'd be learning as you were going, is that early on in the frame you got so many balls that you can hide behind, why not use them? Because it's this sort of embryonic stage of the frame where you're
Oh, you
That's
got it.
beautiful shot,
Lovely.
but it's that embryonic stage of the frame where you're trying to actually make it better for yourself. If you can't run out, then
Mhm.
you've got a chance to snooker, take it.
Well, if you can't run out, then you should be snookering.
We're looking to play safe, we're looking to not leave them anything at the
Mhm.
very least, and the start of the frame is the best time to do it because you've got more options. So you've got the opportunity, if you want to play a push out if you don't have a shot on your first ball, and you can try and set the frame up from there.
So are Darwin and Brent waiting to get on this table?
I believe so. I think the call that Greg was making was that they will be playing next on this table. He was too preoccupied with position, I think. That is often at the risk of missing the pot. So often that happens in this game. That was an attempt at a snooker. He was trying to stick that behind the 10 and he's not done it.
Yeah, that could be.
Look out.
It dropped on. Yeah.
Well, yeah, not the right pocket, so turns the shot over. I think Chris is just weighing up whether or not he wants this.
Hmm.
It's very, very difficult to pot that in the middle on these tables. You just wouldn't. Oh, I say that and he does. Good shot.
Mhm. And enough to hold it as well for the 5.
We had to play it so softly to get it in at that angle that there was no choice really. He's 6-3 down. You wouldn't have expected him to take that shot on, which is it's even more impressive that he made it. Got his lines all fluffed.
Oh well, this could be dangerous for Chris.
Yeah, it can be difficult to reed banks on these tables.
Yeah, they got
Banks, doubles.
bank.
Well, it's a
The
tends to
American
be a
term.
bit. Yeah, it's a bank and
Mm-hmm.
on a 9-foot table.
Well,
It's way too many beans.
mm-hmm.
Now he's risking the in off in the opposite corner pocket.
Or
Or
he could, or
the
he could come up.
scratch. Oh, he's
Yeah,
going
he's
to
got.
put some backspin on it. Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
shot.
it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yep. Appreciation from Chris there, and also it's probably game over for him.
Just this to win the match. And down it goes.
Well
So Graham Watson, 7-3 winner over Chris Armbay. He will move through to loser round 3. And Chris, unfortunately, his tournament is over. Katrina just having another look at the draw here,
Let's refresh.
because that should
Oh,
now be
Oh, he's straight to the table. They're
updated.
waiting. That's Joe there, so he's still in the winners.
So Greg Crowdis currently 6-3 up over Rizalde Pejo. I think it's Pejo instead of Pejo,
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
because I think in Filipino the J is pronounced a similar way to the J in Spanish.
It's
It's
cool.
like an H, which is why sometimes in Spanish and Filipino, if you want the J to be pronounced as your normal J, you'll put an H in front of it. Just like if you want to call your child Jonathan, for example, you would spell it J-H-O-N-A-T-H-A-N,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
and it's pronounced Jonathan.
But then if they don't put, and it is pronounced like an H.
Jonathan. It'd be pronounced Jonathan instead. I know, Ethan, if you're still actually watching, you can either confirm or deny what we've just said.
So these are the last two on the winner's side.
Yep, winner goes through to the final. So this has major implications. So just ignore what you see below the banner at the top left of your screen. This is not loser round 2. This is the winner's qualification match. I'm not entirely sure how you change that. I'm wondering whether I've actually got stones to try it. I see Darwin's got his phone out. He's been doing some streaming himself, has he?
Yeah, well,
Probably best if you sat down there and did it. Darwin Dule just had his phone out because he's wanting to stream his own match, which is fine. Got nothing against that.
he just needs a bit of height.
Yeah, I could give him some tips if he wants them. Find some boxes or something to put that on. Give yourself some height, is what I find. If you've got an adjustable tripod, this is for people who actually want to stream their own match using their phone. If you've got the phone too much on sort of table level, you will get lots of glare from the light. So what I would suggest is you get some height. So either get a tripod with adjustable legs, or get something to sit your tripod on so you've got that height, to try to get a better shot of the table and to avoid that light pollution, so to speak.
Sometimes when people are using their phone, you see that adjusting it, trying to focus in and out a lot.
Yeah, that's a pain in the ass, because I
Mm.
have that with mine. Is that people walk in front,
Mm.
whether it's the players or someone trying to get through, and then the phone tries to adjust to them instead of the table. Thankfully we don't have that problem with this, because this is an actual camera. Maybe it's not got the focus or whatever on it.
So there's a camera on table 4 as well. Oh no! Oh yeah. See, there's one on top. That's their side view. On for table 5.
Oh, okay, yes. So we do actually have a side view camera. I'm just can't remember what to press to get it up. Because I know with some shots you're better off looking at it from the side. The players there lagging. So the closest, so you play from inside bulk to that head rail and then back towards the bulk rail, and the player who gets closest to the bulk rail wins the lag and wins the break. So, and also you rack your own frames, so Joe there has won the lag and will break the first frame. So for those of you who are not sure about how this is done, because I always find that there are some people on these that are new to this rule set or new to this game in general.
Oh, that's a good break.
Yeah, made the one. So now I just got to figure out how to see the 2's the ball that's in bulk here, so how he's going to play that and still be on the 3, which is the ball on the near the top left corner pocket. And that's going to be a bit difficult to hold before that 3.
Oh, he's gonna get. Oh, he didn't make it.
Yeah, which is why he actually picked a good line too. He actually picked a line which was free from obstruction. It's just unfortunate that he didn't make the pot. So Darwin, just depending on how he likes this, he's going to play this with plenty of left. So 1, 2 rails to, and that way avoids running into the 4. Because if you go the other way, off the 1 rail, you could run into the 4 and be snookered. But playing it with the left, it takes it the opposite side of the 4, so you're not risking that. He's picked a nice gap there between the 9 and the 10. It's just now getting on the 5 is going to be the tricky part. So Darwin's the player in the red shirt, and Joe is in the
Blue?
blue or green shirt?
Blue.
It's blue, okay.
Oh, he's gonna come back.
Well, he's unlucky. It's exactly where he wanted it. That's one thing with the Filipino players, is that they'll generally tell you exactly where they want the cue ball if they don't get it there. Normally point to the spot on the table they were aiming for.
Well, that's a good cover.
I don't think he's happy with it though,
I
because
can
he's
see it.
still left a little
Yeah.
side of the ball. It's just a tidy casual dress standard for this tournament as well. You don't have to wear full tournament garb.
There's a fine line between your tidy casual and someone else's tidy casual.
True. Which is at the discretion of the tournament controller. If they decide that you look like you just washed in off the street, then they can tell you to go home and change. I think you find that with a lot of tournaments, to be fair. It's got people who are quite questionable in terms of how they're dressed. And you hand it off to tournament control to sort it out. Lots of balls to hide behind for the 5. He's used them quite well. It could have been behind the 6 or the 9 or the 10, depending on how best to get that distance and get that snooker. I'm sorry, what were you going to ask?
I was just going to say, did you do any jump shots today?
No, I don't have a jump cue.
Neither.
I've never had a jump cue. I've tried to teach myself how to play a jump shot.
I do have a couple, but I don't know how to do it.
Oh.
And when you see them do it and pot it, it's quite impressive.
Well, you see players do it, pot the ball and get position as well, which
Yeah.
is even more impressive. So they're actually able to jump with some sort of action on the cue ball to not just pot the ball, but to get the position as well.
To me, it looks like it. Well, not when these guys do it, but it's a bit of hit and hope, and I see some people doing it.
Probably be putting a trace of left on this. I
Yeah.
say that to try to get that angle more, running to the cue ball to run more towards the top right corner pocket so that he's in line for the 6. If you played that with a straight top, then there was a chance that it would widen off the rail and go behind the 10. Just managed to jam that in somewhat, and he's overran this. Usually when players are still on the table like that, it's because they're not happy with themselves. But see, this natural angle is running away from the 8, so he's
So you're
possibly
trying-
going to have to come up and back here.
Or would you just do some safety, or
You could try to hide the cue ball behind the 8 or the 9. I don't think at this point of the frame he will.
you have to go up and down?
Yeah, he's playing it with a trace of left, try and get the cue ball to straighten. It's just whether he's going to come up
It's
and
come down
down,
this- yeah. No.
but he's not actually gotten the down part.
Because again, he's going to have to do the same thing.
I think this is a safety. I think you can either hide the 8 behind the 9 and the 10, or hide the cue ball behind the.
Oh, he's calling the corner.
He's called the corner, okay,
Oops.
and I like that too. He actually showed us what he was doing. He knew we were calling the shot for him, so it's always
these are
important
tough.
it's always important that people know what you're calling.
Oh no.
Okay, so there's nothing wrong with that.
Mhm.
You call the pocket and you
And then-
change your
yeah.
mind, then obviously nothing happens. It's just a turnover.
We were just expecting to see something different,
We were. He obviously just changed his mind somewhere.
and that's more sensible, probably.
Yeah, I mean, some players will go for that because they like the shot, but it's just not the percentage shot. Let's see, Joe's got his jumper out again.
Oh, I nearly got it.
Doesn't want this to go.
I suppose that forces him to do the jump shot, which gives him more opportunity for this shot.
True. Because the jump actually gives players more options to getting out of a snooker, but also it still leaves the table more open.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Very subtle screw that. It was almost
It's-
a screw in slow motion.
Mm.
Because he didn't want it to hoof back. He just wanted it to come back enough for the 9. Probably try to put the 10 in the same pocket here, which he has. Down she goes, so 1-0 Darwin Dule over Joe Aldrin Summerling.
We've got Greg Crowders and is it Yun? Carry on the other on table 4.
Oh, John.
Yun. They've just started. Oh, and he's just flicked the 2.
Constancio is his real first name.
Oh, okay.
For those of you who absolutely wanted to know that. I think John's just a nickname that he was given. I know John's a lot easier to say than Constancio.
I don't know because you don't pronounce the J.
Yeah, I know. It kind of goes against what we were just saying, doesn't it?
See how cute's so low when he's. I think it's right in, yeah. Oh,
It's
is it-
because he naturally, like a lot of Filipino players, they naturally lift up as they break.
you can.
So the cue ends up coming up slightly with it,
Mm-hmm.
and they hope at least into the position on the cue ball they want to hit.
It's interesting to watch.
Because you don't want to hit right on the bottom of the cue ball when you break, because you're not getting that power through the rack. And also you risk with that angle actually scooping underneath the cue ball. So if you're hitting it just below centre, usually then you still get that power through the rack. And also you've got a little bit more control over the cue ball off the rack.
I guess it's landed right on the two there. Not sure what the touching ball is in these.
Still has to move, I believe.
And it did.
So the ball still, you have to play away from it, but the ball still has to move, as opposed to
That looks pretty good from here.
other rule sets where it's classified as a
That would be-
contact anyway, so you just play away and you don't actually have to hit it.
What is?
So that's just a turnover.
Mhm.
Not intending to make that ball there. I think he was just apologising because he didn't leave a great shot for Joe there. Because he's kind of messed the table up somewhat as well.
Yeah, the 4 went ugly.
4 went ugly, the 5's ugly, the 3's ugly.
Not they got.
Clears a little bit of the table up.
I
I
mean,
just
actually,
wonder if the 3 goes past the 9 there. I do think that if there's separation between the two balls. I think the 3 passes.
I think it would go down to the corner. I'm not sure, but then it must do.
He would have been playing for that if it went for the corner. See Darwin, one of these two players wearing a glove. That's also how you know which one is Darwin. He's the one wearing a glove.
Matches his shirt.
Does. Doesn't match his cue. Powers through the 9 and unfortunately doesn't get the rub for the 4, although this might actually carom the 4 or off the 4 into the 10 here. Oh, he's hit it so fine. He tried to go for a snooker instead. If you hit it fine like that and send the cue ball around table and hope it hides behind the 5 or the 9. Oh, he's left a gap.
Ball's been a bit more safety conscious in this frame.
He's just left a wee window here. She sends into the pocket Chris Bowman style.
5 inside the 10.
Nicely off the rail for the angle on the 6.
It's got the
Possibly
top corner.
more angle than he would have liked on the 6.
I believe he's got to come back down for the 8.
Probably just go one rail here, or we'll try to go soft off the second rail, and it just hasn't worked. Some players would play a bank here, and some would cut. This just depends on your cue ball and which path you want to take with it.
But these pockets are good for cuts as well because it kind of feeds them in if you hit it right.
True. He's going to play the cut. He's got to be wary of the scratch.
Oh dear.
He's got to be wary of the scratch. He's okay though. This will go in off the 10 if it doesn't go in by itself.
Almost looks from here that it, with that pointy corner you can't.
Yeah, that's, he's pointing to there because he wants to carom it off the 10. So I don't think this is on by itself. In fact, usually if you're not sure, you're better to play the carom because you know that goes, as opposed to the pocket where you don't know whether it's on. Oh, he's unlucky because he hit almost exactly where he expected to. But he didn't get enough of the 10 to send it in. So here comes a cue extension from Darwin. See just a little more distance between his bridge hand and the cue tip.
He does
So-
actually have red in his cue. You said it didn't match his shirt.
No, I'm just saying that. Oh, I'm just saying that his bridge doesn't.
Oh.
Sorry, his glove doesn't match his cue in terms of colour. Because it's good because you can actually see where you nails the 10 there. It's actually good in my mind to have a glove that doesn't match the colour of your cue. Because where your cue,
Oh, right,
you
yeah.
can actually see your cue and your glove separately.
Do you use a glove?
No. I did for 2 or 3 weeks when I was about 16. Someone gave me one to try and used it and then lost it and never bothered getting another one. And since then I've never actually bothered to buy one.
That's right. The Revel shaft feels, well, it cues nicely without a glove, I think.
This is what you were using,
Yeah.
is it?
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
No.
Some of it's personal preference, some of it's because of the particular cue or the shaft that you're using. It's easier to use a glove than not. I know with the carbon fibre cues, more players than not wear a glove with those. I'd have been trying for the snooker behind the 10 there, or if not the 10 then at least the 6.
Is this the 1 goal past the 2? And because
Yes.
there's the 8 there?
Yes, I do believe it does. That's exactly what Joe's looking at now. It's just got to be, yeah, see he's jacked up on it, so he's wary of potentially going an off. And he's played that absolutely
Yeah.
beautifully.
What was I thinking?
And also, he's got position. This is a bit more difficult though than it looks with the 5 being there. That looks like a big open pocket, but the 5 actually cuts the part of the pocket that you're possibly aiming for. So you had to just miss that to get it to pot. Because you don't want to go anywhere near that near jaw. You go anywhere near that, you're missing it. So you have to aim for that opposite half of the pocket. Now this could be a question of touch, really. Because the 8, you see the 6 right in the middle of the table there, so you want to try and be nice and adjacent to this 5 if you can. Something like this.
That
Play
should
the-
come nicely to get onto the 6.
Try to leave this natural so that he's just running through for the 7 here. All he has to do is pot this about walking pace and he'll feed through for the 7.
This is the slowest I've seen these guys play. As in moving the ball.
Ooh, he hit the near jaw, but it went. He's just hit it soft enough to go. So, see, that angle there was quite deceptive because we thought it was straighter than it was. I mean, he did overcut it slightly, but it was straight. It wasn't as straight, so yeah, that's why he played it so slowly. And I think he might have been looking to hit the 9 there and kill the cue ball, but this is okay. He's just going to have to be careful with looking at the 8, how far it is off the rail, and then knowing that at that angle you're not going to try to hold the cue ball, so you're having to go up and back. And that's a good line that he's taken there, because that line was to ensure a path to a better position. If you go up and back, if you spread the cue ball too much, you're on the other side of the table and it's harder.
Yeah, he played it well, and then yep,
Played this very well too.
it's very controlled.
So you just put a trace of inside to avoid the scratch. Easy 10 there, so he gets himself off the schneid, does Joe. It's a little one from baseball for you there, Katrina. To get off the schneid.
Never heard that before.
If you've gone hitless in a game, and in a game of baseball, and you finally get a hit, it's called getting off the schneid.
Is that in reference to a player?
No, it's, well, Schneider is a tailor in German. I'm not sure where that came to be known as a zero, but I've used it in baseball, and here I am using it in pool. It's off the mark as well in British English. Got the giant off his back, but that's normally for when you win a game against somebody that you tend to lose a lot against. Get that giant or that monkey off your back. Could play the bank here, or he could just flick off this and try and hide behind all those balls. He went for the bank, and he's unfortunately snookered himself on the two. Could play off the rail here. The shot off the long rail is on.
He's looking at it. He's playing a lot slower than he was previously. Yep, perfect. Lots of side in there.
Oh, it followed the 10 though. Ugh, get out of that one.
Yep. He's looking at it.
Someone's probably just given him some stick for that.
He's not happy. Yeah, because he can't. Yeah.
He's actually called the pocket here, just in case. No, he's called the 6, should I say.
Oh.
Yeah, missed it by a fair distance, but that's all to do with how it reacts off the first two rails. If it gets the side action that he wanted off the first two rails, then there was a chance to hit the 3. But because he didn't get it, he missed it by a mile. Darwin here, he's looking at the plant, or the combination should I say. Some instances here you'd be looking to tuck that 3 in and get a second foul.
Yeah.
So you see messy frames like this sometimes. If a player fouls, then
Especially when you've got clusters of balls and clumps.
yeah, and they can use the fact that 3 fouls is a loss of frame to play for more fouls. Yeah, look at this cue ball, that would have been near perfect.
Oh dear.
I mean, he's scratched, but
Yeah.
still would
it's
have
going the
taken
right
that
way.
same route.
Mm-hmm.
So he had quite a narrow gap to drop in for the 5 there because the 7's in the way. Also the fact that the 7's there makes it harder to get back off the 5 for the 7. Because if you try to screw out of that, for
Yeah.
example, you're liable to hit the 7.
The 6 is gone. Or just run it in, and then again.
Probably try to draw this
Yeah.
to get it near the rail. Or just to get it closer
Mm.
to the 5 so it's an easier shot. don't think he can see it directly, but he can play this off the rail, and if he plays it off the rail with plenty of top, then he can actually go maybe 2 more rails for the 7. Oh, he could see it. It's not very nice though. Maybe it's because it was so close to being not on is why he just let up on that slightly.
Oh, he's good.
Oh, that's a great shot. Well, get the pot, yes, but to get out for the 8 without fouling, beautiful shot.
Yeah.
So these long shots here, these so important that you know exactly what you're wanting to do with the cue ball on these. If you want to run through, then do it. If you want to play a stop shot from here, do it. See, he's played almost just a stun and run type shot there, except that was a funny one because he played it north of top of the white, if that makes any sense.
Too high.
Well, he played it higher than you would normally play a stun and run. Maybe he just wanted more of the run component.
I think he may have gone too far. Where'd he go?
I would say so, but this is cuttable. He just has to be careful of his cue ball here. He played it with about as much left as he could allow to try to get that cue ball to slow up. And some players would have played that with plenty of right or running English and just gotten the cue ball to naturally move around the table.
That's what I probably would have done.
That's what I would have done too. But some players are actually good enough to play that with plenty of inside and get it to stop and still make the pot.
Lovely.
That's a beautiful cut. He gets
That's 2
was
each
2-0 down, now it's 2 each. Also, a frame is called a point in the USA as well.
Okay.
It's not actually a frame, it's a point. Or a rack.
Scratch and bank, all these American terms.
Yeah, combination instead of a carom. Sorry, a combination
plant.
instead of a plant. Carom instead of an off. Sometimes you can call them an offs
I would call
well.
it a carom. And off makes me think of white going in after the...
Yeah, I mean an in-off is usually what we would refer to as a scratch. For British English versus the American English term scratch.
Oh dear, Greg just jawed the 9.
Nine off the 10.
Oh.
Yes.
That's a good break. Oh no, good. Oh.
Shame about the 8 being there. I promise we'll close our eyes for a few seconds if you want to move that, Joe. We'll just pause the stream so we didn't know what happened. Now, is he happy enough with this? Because that was a push out. He wanted to leave just enough for Darwin to play at this, but not enough for him to pot it.
I think that's gettable for him.
If he can see the edge of the 2, then Darwin is in a bit of a conundrum because he could either choose to play it or hand it off. But there's every possibility. Oh, he could actually pot it, so that's not such a good push out at all. Unless
But
Joe
then
knows something that we
to
don't.
get onto the 3, I guess he maybe played it because of that.
This is true. He knew the 3 was going to be the hard ball to get on. Problem is though, is that it could backfire if Darwin pots this. Which he hasn't, so back to option 1. If he makes it as well, if he makes the ball instead of pots it, it's another American term. It's not the player either, it's the shooter. You don't cue it or stroke it, you shoot the ball.
Shoot the ball.
Just like Darwin would want to shoot Joe after that. That's more lucky than good.
Oh.
Yeah, it's so easy to do. It's trying to hit the other side of the 3 and just let the cue ball run off a couple of rails for a snooker behind the rubbish on the left. I'm guessing that's what he was trying to do anyway. He just got his angles all wrong. You'll be learning a heap while you're watching this too, won't you?
Do you like watching the 9 ball and 10 ball? Watch quite a bit of it on YouTube.
It's just a fun game to play too. If you ever get on a table, then you get to experience that yourself. Just lost the 4 slightly there. Made the plant. Got to remember that to put the 10 up. I don't even think he's looked at it yet. He's only just now remembered. Either that or he was prioritising the cue ball, and then once he figured out what he wanted to do, then he takes the 10 up. Ooh, overcut it. This is not an easy ball to get onto the 5. So try to hit that as fat as he could, and well, that's not nice, but there's a chance at a snooker here perhaps. If there's enough of a gap between the 5 and the rail here, he can actually just bank the 5 off the rail and stick the cue ball behind the 8. Maybe the shot wasn't on and that's why he's played it that way.
I think you might have been trying to get it. Was it?
No, well, I don't think it was on. If he called it, then maybe he was, but he was only calling it in case.
I think he
it
pointed
went.
out, but I think you might have just been looking at the angles and.
Yeah, well, you call it in case you pot it, right? Because you're going to get a shot on the 6. There's nothing worse than potting that, not calling it. Oh, that's an excellent out.
It did hit the rail, didn't it?
Yeah, it hit the side rail after contact.
There's another American one, the rail.
Yeah, I always use rail anyway. It's just like it's the cue ball instead of the white ball. Makes a bit of sense, doesn't it? It's the ball that you're cueing. So keeps those nasty racists out of it.
Well, they do say isn't that why pool is? That's the white ball chasing the coloureds on the green. I've certainly heard that before.
Wish I understood any of that, but I didn't.
I won't say it just now.
So, deliberate foul there, which is not a loss of frame in these rules. So he's deliberately stuck the 8 on the 5 there instead of playing a legitimate attempt at the 5. The only problem with this is that it opens up for a 3 foul loss. If Joe can clip off this and hide the cue ball behind the 6 and the 7, then there's a risk of missing again for a second foul. And he's also got the 8 too, so he's overhit that, and in fact he's overhit it to a degree that he can see the edge of the 5. So he could see enough of the 5 where he could actually hit the full enough ball to have the cue ball stop in that same area. So you see how the cue ball didn't move too much, otherwise you're having to cut it and the cue ball moves. So you want the cue ball, wanted it to stay there and get a snooker.
That's a lovely shot.
Just kind of in between pockets here. It was a lovely shot, you're right. This is going to have to be even better. He's either going to have to load up with plenty of bottom here, or plenty of draw, should I say. or plenty of follow. See, it's follow in American instead of top. It's draw instead of screw back as well, or screw.
You must watch a lot of the on YouTube as well.
I've seen a fair bit of pull. It's also how I know a bit about the game too, is you learn a lot from watching. It's just like you watch certain players, you know roughly what shots they're going to play. Because this shot here, you could put it into either corner pocket, for example, but some players have an obvious preference for one over the other. So he tried to put it in the closed pocket there, which is the one that he couldn't naturally see, as opposed to the open pocket, which was the one bottom right. Now, the way that he cues, obviously, or the skill level that he's got with the cue ball, he is more comfortable doing it that way, whereas other players are differently skilled, they'd play it the other way. Because they're confident, A, of getting the pot, B, getting the position.
And one other match that you commentated me on, and I went for the closed pocket. And now every time I have that shot, you sound in my head about to go for the open pocket every time. And it makes me think.
I just find it easier, unless you absolutely must go for the closed pocket because it's the other one's blocked or the position's natural. Then you kind of have to swallow your pride, so to speak. But the open pockets, you just more pocket to aim at, and also it's a easier angle to see because your eye is naturally looking more towards that pocket than the other one.
And sometimes you approach
does he want to cuddle? No, the cue ball and 10 want one. I don't know whether this is naturally on or not, as in whether they're lined up to be naturally on. I don't think so.
No.
I think he's just got somebody to watch this because the balls are so close together, there's a little chance of a double hit. So, I mean, we do have the ability to rewind this, I think, but I think with a referee there we shouldn't need to.
Maybe you'd see the side one as well.
The side view would be better.
That looked
pretty
good
sure
to
that
me.
was fine.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was fine. Especially playing with that side that he played, the cue ball was naturally going to move away from the cue. So 3-2 now. Darwin takes the lead back. Very, very small difference between those two balls being married and that shot's not on, and just away from each other where that shot is on the side.
You played it perfectly.
He did. Didn't want to be there, of course, but having gotten himself there, he nutted it out quite well. But also, when if you're touching that ball too, you're more wary of the double cue. So you almost cue it scared, so to speak.
Or you play down on the cue ball.
Well, you play down on the cue ball, you're actually more liable to miscue it, I think.
I think it was Daniel Cole that said to me that you had to sort of play the opposite way that you think you should play as the way that you should play it.
When you're close to it like that.
Yeah. Which to me looked like it was what he was doing from this angle.
I think it's just how you're taught as well. So that's still fine. Now, he made the ball he was trying to make in the correct pocket. What happens after that is immaterial.
Yeah, he did what he said he was going to do.
Yeah, because we had a situation earlier when I played against Jan where...
I'm not sure what...
So that's not gone the way he wanted it to, so he turns the table over. But I called a combination, right? I called the ball I was intending to make. I was playing the 1 into the 7, so I called the 7, potted the 7 and potted the 1 after the 7. John thought that it was a turnover because I didn't call the 1.
I think in some, like in world rules, for example, in some rules you have to say, I'm going to play the 1 onto the 7. People would expect you to say that.
Or
Maybe that's
combination
yeah.
7. But generally just the ball in the pocket's good enough. Especially if you're looking to strike the lowest number ball, yes, but you're not looking to pot that ball.
Even today, some of these guys were just going bank.
Well, yeah, because it's obvious which pocket you're banking into. If you could bank into either corner or middle, you'd have to call the corner or the middle, or actually, should I say, the side pocket.
But I think they have to say that they're doubling it rather than potting it.
Yeah, you have to call it it's a bank. But yeah, it's either the side or the centre pocket in America, I believe, not the middle.
I'll say middle. Yeah.
Those little spots that you see on the rails there, if you look around the table, they're called diamonds. That needs to not go and off. It's okay. Slightly hampered with his queuing though, being that close to the rail. He can still jack up if he wants to. He's not going to. He's just going to follow through, and every roll's a winner here. See how he's just brushed the table with his hand there. I think that was just because there might have been some chalk dust. I didn't want to catch that on some dust and have it throw off. So back to level pegging here. But yeah, some people call those spots. But
well, they usually are a diamond, aren't they?
Yeah, but I think they're supposed to be all bolts even.
He's got his camera on the seat on the table.
Oh, that's
So
that's cool.
He's gone for the height.
Pretty sure there's marijuana dealer nearby you could speak to as well. No, I'm not endorsing that, by the way, I must say.
Where?
Where? Cue ball, look out! Ooh, I thought he was going to scratch. If you do scratch off the break, it's ball in hand anywhere, by the way, not just behind the bulk line as it would be an 8 ball. It's the same as 9 ball. If you scratch at any point in the frame, it's ball in hand anywhere. It's called the push.
So has he pushed the 2 better for him in case?
He's just pushed it to somewhere where, you see, he could elect to play a combination, or he could try to cut it in the corner bottom right. But you've got options here, but none of them are that flash. So I mean, it doesn't matter where the 2 went, it was where the cue ball went.
And that's what I mean. That's why I can't get my head around the strategy of the push out and what to do. And
see, he's gone and played for a snooker and done very well there. So maybe Darwin was banking on him not getting that snooker as well as he got it,
or putting him back in. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, got it. Oh dear. No.
hit the near point, so he's okay.
And he's got lucky.
And
No.
he's got. We can see
You can
this,
see it.
the edge of it, but that's all. Yeah, you can actually play a bank shot. A push-out shot to kill a ball as well.
Yeah.
If you can't see your next ball, well, that's a dirty scratch. But if you can't see your next ball, if you're playing the 1, let's say, and it's right over the hole, but you can't see it, then you're going to concede the fact that you can't snooker your other player on it, because he'll just put you back in. So you could elect to kill the 2, if the two's out in the open, you could push it onto another ball and kill it. Use your push shot to do that. If the balls are open like this, and you can't see your first ball, then you can play a push just to leave a difficult shot, or leave a shot where you could have it come back to you so that you can play it again. I just wonder how Darwin will be feeling about this.
I think it looks like he could go for a run out here.
I think he's made this harder for himself than he needed to, because that 6 is looming large as an impediment. He could cut this 3 into the side, but that would risk the cue ball going out of hand. He's managed the cue ball well, but he's missed the 3, so because he had to put that bit of work on the cue ball to miss the 6, that's led to him missing the pot. So I think is why you want to make sure that you're always in good shape.
That's what they say. That's another American term. Good shape.
Good shape. As opposed to in good position. He's just looking over. He's just got his jump cue out here, so he's looking to go airborne.
And he got it. Lovely.
Cue ball's fine. So yeah, again, he got the pot, but also he was able to. He had the skill to get the position too. So he knew where he had to hit on the 3 to pot it, but he knew where he had to hit on the cue ball once it hit the 3 to get position. And that's a separate skill, isn't it? Takes the 9 to ensure that he stays on the 5. This game as well, you find that players are much less likely to try for splits or to try to promote balls because of the snooker element to it. You unless it's a natural split, and it's usually on a ball that's later on in the frame too. You don't tend to see a lot of splits on your next ball to go for unless you have to. But what you'll often see is players, they'll just pot the ball they're on. If their next ball's tied out, they'll just try and snooker off it. Because it's a rotation game, it's forced the other player to play that ball that they've just clipped into a bad place or played a snooker on.
He's tried to do that there, but you can still see some.
Yeah, it's still got its arm sticking out, so. But you look at that instead of 8 ball, for example, or you playing reds and yellows, there's usually at least one more option that you've got for a shot, so
he's played that well. He's just come back and so 6 in front of it.
Yeah, this isn't exactly easy. You have to cut the 6 into the 7 here.
Even then, yeah.
Which he hasn't quite managed. Oh, that 10's just fugglied everything up. That's just pure pose.
Or
jobbies in Scottish.
Jeez, I haven't heard that for a while. Surprised you even know that, John.
Scottish Twitter is funny. So funny.
And then, yeah, they write in their accent as well, so like,
get in behind the 8.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think it's
just
enough.
quit. Oh, you can see the left of the 6, which is not enough to pot it, of course. But in behind the 8, that would have been pure nastiness. Would have been raging. Or he would have felt minging.
Don't know if you'd use it in that context, but
no, that's usually something that smells or looks ugly. He'd ended up losing the frame he could well have been greeting.
Oh, I feel like I'm at home.
Crying. This, for those of you who don't know, that means crying in Scottish slang.
Oh no, we see it's gurning. And I said the other day, no one knew what I was talking about. Like similar to greeting. What you greeting about? What you gurning about? There's one for you.
We could use the 8 ball as block for the 6 or the cue ball here. We could even use the 9 too. See, I think he's looking, he's looking to use either the 8 or the 9 here to put the cue ball behind. Because if he actually clips the 8 with the 6, he keeps the 6 there. But then he's gone and done something completely different. So maybe again he was just looking for the angle for the 6, or he changed his mind. Because I thought from just looking at it that he was going to play for a snooker.
Yeah, we can't see what they're calling either. Oh, and the scratching.
Out.
That's dangerous.
Yes, I think he's flying into that one, unfortunately. Somebody disabled his flight control. Also apparently very liberal use of the C word as well. It's Scottish English.
What's the word? I'm trying to think what you mean.
Next Tuesday.
No, I think, I don't know. A lot of people say it here in New Zealand. My mum would be horrified if I said that.
Clippies. Is it a good clippy or nah? I think he's okay. It's just the fact that this is straight enough means that he should be okay to avoid the scratch. See, he's playing it slightly above the middle of the cue ball, so he was confident that he wouldn't scratch. It's just trying to pot the ball.
Always left it different. Well, he's going them over. And that's the first time I've seen a ref being called. In this, well, twice in this match.
Twice in this game. Yeah, match, game. Either or. It's a rack, not a frame. I think he's playing down on it to try and. He was playing down on it, and now he's the centre of the cue ball. It's an interesting choice of shot, that. If this keeps going,
not
which it hasn't, it would have been just about praising him as a revolutionary there. Fairly natural sort of angle here. If he plays just below centre, it will spread slightly and then come off that rail.
He's almost back to where he was the last time.
Yeah, he couldn't have placed this any better, could he?
Yeah.
He had ball in hand. Does the needful, so
4-3 now to
gets
Darwin.
the lead back.
We're going frame for frame here.
We are. These are good games to commentate on, actually, because you feel fully involved in them. It's not quite as fun when one player runs away with it. Oh, it's always fun, but it's not as engaging, should I say.
We've got Greg and Yun on 5-2. Greg's on 2.
Oh, he's 5-2. Oh no, Jun's 5-2 ahead, isn't he?
Yeah. I just said Greg because it's easier to say. I don't want to say it wrong again. And then we've got Robbie and who's he playing? Graham Watson, boy. 4-2 to Robbie.
So the winner of that game will play Brent Ogg and lose around 4.
So he's been waiting for a while. That's the trouble with these. I've noticed with these double eliminations, sometimes the player can be waiting for a while. For example, the winner of this will probably have to wait quite a bit until he plays
until
next.
everyone else knocks
Mhm.
themselves out to get
Yeah.
to the final.
I think that's what happened. Yeah.
I think though with this tournament, I really like the format
Mhm.
because it
Yeah.
does give you that second chance,
Yep.
and it gives people a reason to play it again.
Yeah.
The players who aren't as good, at least they get a second game. They don't just play one game and get knocked out. They get a second bite. So, yes, you do have to wait longer if you're on the winner's side, because you have to wait for the losers to sort themselves out.
And if you can get, sometimes if you get on the loser side, you're actually getting more games. So, but if you do get to the final, you've got
You've
Well,
played
more
about
table time.
two more games
Hmm.
usually, so yeah, you've had more opportunity to hone your skills.
and if your opponent's sitting waiting,
They go cold, especially if they don't get the chance to practice.
that was good to get on the floor.
He wants to be sort of centre of the table roughly, or just to the left centre of the table. Oh, he lit up
Oh,
on
he's
it.
going to be good. Is he? Yeah.
You can see just a
He's looking-
timing issue there. He actually came up on that as he cued it.
I don't think he got on the 5 either. That would be a jump, wouldn't it? No.
If he can reach it, yes. I don't think he can reach it for a jump. He's going to have to quite possibly just play the rail and try to contact the 4. Jump's only useful if you can reach the ball. Try to go 2 rails and kick the 4 in. At least he's still smiling about it. In some players you'd be hearing the F's and C's and F's and Jeffs. He's just got to be looking at 5 to see if it goes, which it might go. You might just be able to pot that past the 9.
He's now trying to get
No,
back up.
he's okay. Yeah. So I'm going to try to screw along the rail here. Or draw along the rail just like this. Every roll's a winner too. You'd rather be underneath this than high. Because the cue ball could run into the 9 and scratch, as opposed to being high, in which case the cue ball is going more towards the 6. Yeah, that's probably what got in his head too, because he had to play that in such a way that the cue ball was still coming back up table, but also to avoid running into the 9. There's just enough doubt in his head to put him off the pot. Well, this is quite a squeaky wee shot though. He's having to use the rest and having to put the rest on the rail, which is not easy because you don't have that same support. But thankfully with the way this rest is splayed, oh no, he can't, he has to put it on the rail.
Doesn't look good.
He
He's
had
going
no
to come
choice.
right.
He had no choice but to run into the 6, sorry, and that's actually come out nicely for him. A wee bit of an interruption there. Sometimes I get excited and forget there's a second person in here with me. 7 will pass. He's just got to gain. If he's straight on this, then he'll just try to play possibly a stun. Leave himself as straight as he can onto the 8 into the corner.
Yep.
or draw if the stun isn't available. Don't think the angle here is conducive to just cheating the pocket, so I think he's just going to go 1 or 2 rails for the 9. I think he's just got his line wrong here, because it really will feel like he wanted to be more in the centre of the table. Centre of the table with this same angle would have been fine, but because he's near the rail, that cuts a lot of his angles off. And it also makes it harder to cue because you can't get under the ball as well from here. If he's going to play bottom, then he's got to have to jack up on it like so.
Nice.
Oh, this is beautiful. Look at
Perfect.
this.
And here we go, frame for frame, or rack for rack.
Yep. So getting your car ready. So 4 each. It's a brilliant couple of balls there from Joe at the end of that frame too.
Yeah, lovely finish. It wasn't easy.
Takes a bit of gumption to do that too, to play down on the ball when you're close to the rail.
And Greg's on for a good finish here too. Just cut the 8 in lovely, and then 9 down, and then 10 in the pocket. 6 to you and 3 to Greg.
So Greg's staying alive by the skin of his teeth here, because whoever loses that game is out.
Yes.
That's a loser's qualification.
Say
It's
losers
a
like
loser's
that.
game.
It's the losers, right?
Well, it's a loser's half of the draw.
Yeah.
So you certainly don't want to be joining the list of people who have already been knocked out, such as the 2 of us.
Yeah, but no, we're
Where only activation is to actually watch now. Right, so push out, potted the 6 with his push out. Now the 1 is on and pottable here, but the biggest issue here is where the 2 is. I mean, that 2 is going to be difficult to get to, and with the, especially the 8 and the 7 being there, there's every chance if he tries this, then you can run into them.
He was quite really good. Well, I played him as well. At plants and playing balls off balls, and he's actually quite smart. There might be an opportunity there.
You're looking at the plant 2 to the 2 onto the 3. Don't think that goes. Although he's playing it like it does, but that was because he was playing for a snooker, which he didn't get. He's just looking to play below centre to get the cue ball to spread towards that side rail and behind the 10.
Oh, that's it.
No, and returns nicely. And that's why practicing your snookering is so important in this game, because if you fail, then you give the other player often a chance to do the same.
Oh, that's good. And that's what tripped me up today, definitely. The getting the weight of the balls wrong, pace of the table, trying to snooker and failing.
Because the other player's going to see that and they're going to think, right,
Yeah.
you failed to do so. You've given me a chance to do so. Let me show you how it's done. Has he left this close enough to the 9 for the 2 not to be on? No. I would say this 2 is visible at least. He's called the bank. And you see the way he played it too. He played it in such a way that the 2 would stay there and the cue ball would run down by the 9. Just going to quickly nip off. Just got to make sure I get this. Yep. So I hear the bathroom calling me.
Okay. You trust me in here by myself?
And I'll shoot straight back. Not yet.
It's really warm in here.
Well, this is heating's on, so
That's going as well, isn't it? The air conditioning.
okay. I've missed a rack, unfortunately. But however, so Darwin Dule gets the lead back. This was again frame for frame, as we were mentioning before. Apart from right at the start, neither of these players has managed to get away from the other. I know that from experience these games are the best to watch, because there's always that extra bit of intrigue to these matches, because you know that everything just means that much more.
Bit more pressure on Joe than Darwin anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you're the person behind, so naturally, but also the fact that Joe is, I don't think he's ever led in this match either, so he's never been the front runner. He's always been the player who's having to make the play to get himself back on level terms. So there's a fair bit of difference there. You actually know what it's like being in front if you ever were, but not if you've never actually had that position.
It's looking okay
Oh,
here.
now did he call that? I think Darwin was just asking him, did you call that?
No, he's not getting away from the tables.
So either that or he's just asking for clarification, but appears that he called it. He's just overhit there. You could see where he pointed is where he wanted to be, which was reasonably straight for the 4. This is a bit awkward because it's just past the angle to cut into the middle, so he's having to go corner.
Oh wow.
No,
To get on the 5.
Yeah, because he struck it nicely, that's
Mm.
why it potted. Because so often those, they don't go, it's just because the players overhit it or not hit it very well.
I was thinking he could pot the 4, but then he's going to be difficult from the 5 to the 7, but he should be good. Now.
I think the 7 passes the 9, so this is straight-ish, so because he's the wrong side of the 5 for the 7, he has to cue right through it. Just like this. And maybe because you're cueing right through it, you cue it harder so that you're on the opposite side of the 7 for the pocket top left. And he's just kind of ran out of cue there. That needs to giddy up. He hasn't made a rail.
Oh, of course. Yes. Oh, that was a perfect behind the 10. Oh dear. Well, we could see a 2-frame lead now.
Yeah, there's a cardinal sin in this game.
Come
It's an absolute sin not to make a rail after contact, unless of course you snook it, in which case you can understand a bit more, but you're playing a shot in open play like that and you don't make a rail, then you do feel quite foolish. Run towards the 8 here. He's pretty good on this. I thought for a moment that would keep going and it wouldn't be so great, but this is fine. Can elect to draw off the side rail here. It's probably straight enough, you can just draw into the side rail and come out nicely. And sometimes players do play those with a little bit of running English so that the ball hits the rail and spreads towards
the
the
other-
next
yeah.
ball. There's another one, English for Americans
Yep.
instead of side.
So it looks like it's going to be difficult to get around onto the 10 now.
Yeah, it could be. You could put a lot of right on this and try to cut the 9 in and get the cue ball to put the handbrake on, or you could cue it left like he has done and run around behind the 10.
That'll do.
That'll do nicely. It's probably more lucky than good, but
Hmm.
often when you play that way as well, if you get behind the 10, then you're good for the same pocket. If you don't, then you're hitting the 10 towards one of the other 4 pockets that it's on for, or could be on for. Because he got the favourable kiss there, he was on for somewhere else. If he'd kissed it on the other side, he was on for side or corner on the other side of the table.
The way he hit it though was good to get in the middle. If he 10 stayed where it was, it would have been. Well, it's just difficult putting balls in the.
Yeah, in the middle pockets from there, yes. Or it can be anyway. Always envious of those players who can absolutely slam them into middle pockets on the angle, because that's some real skill involved there. I think my wife's going to be really happy with me because the 4 got in the way, sweet as. But my wife's going to be quite happy with me because she gets to spend all
Because
of
we're not.
tomorrow
Yes.
with me, because
'Cause
it's just a one-day
It's
tournament.
supposed to be 2 days, yeah.
I meant to play this today and tomorrow, which you'll still see on the screen there. But the whole tournament is going to be just played today, so might be here for a while, but we'll get the whole thing done in one day.
Yeah, it seems.
You get your Sunday off.
Yeah. Still a long way to come from Nelson for one day of pool.
But at least you get to spend the whole weekend here.
Mhm.
And if there's anything you wanted to do while you were here, that's also more lucky than good, I would
Yeah.
say. He was trying to just miss the 2 on the way out and get a snooker behind 6 and 10. But he's got a snooker behind the 6 and the 10 off the double kiss instead. But yeah, if anyone actually does wanted to do something with you or the other way around, then the opportunity is now there because you have a day
Free
spare.
day.
You
Mhm.
need to move your mic down as well. Oh,
I don't think people understand me drinking.
true. Not a bad snooker that. You can go one rail,
Ooh,
and he called it as well.
And it's the spin on that ball.
That's why the cue ball's got spots on it, so you can actually see the spin. It actually helps for TV viewership. If you can see the spin. He's used that 5 beautifully there to
Mhm.
pull the cue ball back. There's no way through, so he's actually used the 5 to redirect it.
Oh,
It's just a shame that he was unable to connect with that.
it's in straight away.
Must be double parked, because often you don't see players get to the table that quickly.
Maybe he should have taken his time.
Yeah, that's what you always say when they miss, right?
Mm-hmm.
You do tend to find that the pace of play is quicker with this game. This game in 9-ball, because wow.
He's definitely making more mistakes now. He's trailing by 2 frames.
There's all the little ones too, which add up to be big. But this game, as opposed to 8-ball, this game in 9-ball, you tend to find the pace of play is quicker. But that's because you only ever. Oh dear,
Scratch.
that's a It's an avoidable scratch, that too, because everyone gets taught about that one.
It's a 6 on. It's not necessarily too bad
Mm.
because he might just,
No, I don't think it is, but
unless he gets into it now.
I'm picking that he's going to pot the 5, try to be on this, unless the 6 is on.
From
He's
that side.
yeah, from the right.
Yeah, there's no point pointing when you're on.
Yeah, no
Everyone
one can see you. We don't have a telestrator.
Oh, you got that out.
Went for the split, and he's
Oh, unlucky.
no. I think he's okay. Or at least he can swerve around the 9 slightly.
And then, yeah. He did it against me, something similar. Oh.
Yeah, all that spin he put on it. It's unfortunate that he's clipped the 10 and got snookered behind it, but all that spin suggests that it was a wee swervy shot with the side to kick it in.
That was very Scottish of you, wee swervy.
Yeah.
This is when you don't want to sort of just hit and hope.
I don't think there was a hit and hope there. It was just you're trying to get out of a snooker,
Yeah,
so
that's like- yeah.
anything goes.
Maybe leaving it kind of open for him.
And often the separation between great and excellent is how you get out of that snooker.
Mm-hmm.
You get out of the snooker, yeah, it's fine, but then you leave a snooker back, or even more so, you pot the ball. There's the players who can actually make the most out of that poor situation, because you know you're going to get snookered at some point, so you practice how you're going to get out of them, but you practice what you're going to leave after them if you don't pot the ball.
I was thinking about that as well. I mean, I'm just thinking how to hit the ball.
Yeah, well, that progresses through just hitting the ball to
Oh, I
then
see. He's gone exactly where he wanted to. Yeah.
position on
I see.
with the balls. So he's maybe a bit straighter than he wanted to be here, but he only needs to be one rail. Only needs one rail, really. He could try and pull back though. He's pulled back.
That should do. Not.
Just taking his time, which you can get behind, can't you? You want to make sure that you got everything sorted before you get down for the 10 that could win you the match. And
There
he
we
got it.
go. Yeah.
Got it. Avoided the scratch.
So he's
So he's through to the final as Darwin
Yep.
Dulé.
haven't lost the match all day.
7-4 over Joe Aldrin Summerlin. So Joe will get a second shot at this, I believe. But he will now have to play another match to get to the final.
Doesn't look.
The loser of match 27 goes into the losers qualification game, which
No, he will play the winner of match 28, which will be between Yun and. I've got a bit to go.
June in the match of winner of match 26, which is still
Which hasn't even started.
which hasn't started.
Either Brent, Og, and
Oh, it's Robbie or Graham because they're still playing.
yeah.
You can see whoever wins that game will play against Brent, and whoever wins that particular match will go through to play Jun Carry-On in the loser round 5. So we've still got there's still a couple of steps behind here, but it's still actually we know what the route is that the players have to take.
Well, we've got Graham, Watty, and Robbie on the, what, 6-5?
Yeah, so that, I mean, we're just awaiting that game, really, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
And then we may possibly get another match on this table, I don't know.
I think we have to wait for people to finish.
It just depends on how they want to do it, whether they want to put as many games on this table as possible so you've got something to look at, or if you want to spread them out and only have the more main type games on this table, like the losers qualification match and the final, for example. Those would be the two matches that many players would choose to have.
Getting to the pointy end.
So we've got one of our finalists already. That's Darwin Dule. So he'll be waiting for a while, I'd imagine, for who's going to come and...
Even Joe's probably have a bit of a wait too, just to get his chance to get back in.
Well, there's still 3 games that have to be played before he plays again. One of them's nearly finished, but then 2 more after that, and then he plays whoever makes it through that. So
because they have to wait for that one to finish.
I think we do have Q score somewhere on here. It's just here, so we can actually see it in big screen, so we don't have to keep looking at your small phone.
This must be the you can adjust the scores. Plus and minuses. Can we change my scores?
Not when it's gone finished.
Oh.
Unfortunately not. What's done is done. No, I wish I could change my bloody, some of my games too. Not so much my games, but just some of my shots.
Have you been playing a bit of 9-ball? 10-ball?
Not really. It's just like I don't play a lot on these tables, but I do really enjoy it when I do.
Would
It's
this
just
be
a
the
fun game.
Would this be the only venue that has them in Christchurch?
No, there are a couple of other places in Christchurch that have them. I think the Slate Room, has 9-ball tables, and there's one other in Riccarton, I believe, that has 9-foot tables. But this is the main place that people go to play, because this is basically purpose built for this game. I think Katrina's just trying to get an idea of what score is. And
Well, it's the Graham. What is at the table, and we've got the 7, 8, and 9. Isa's pot the 10. He's called it because Robbie's still sitting there. Looks all good for a finish here for Watty, which means there'll be another frame.
but we like bonus pool, don't we? Just like it more if we can commentate on it.
I can't watch it. Oh, lovely shot. Yep. Nailed it. Perfect on the 8. Well, I can't quite tell if the 9. The 9 looks okay from here. I'm always having a good look at the 8 though. Maybe it's not as good as it looks from here.
Really, on the angle, you feel way away, aren't you?
It's sitting right in the middle, on the side, on the. It must be right on the point because he's just having a good look. Oh, it bounced out. Yeah, wasn't as easy as it looked from here. No shots easy.
Well, especially not if you don't play much on these tables. It's
Yeah.
afraid to say.
Oh, he's gone for a safety. Oh, I think he's going to scratch.
Who's scratched?
Robbie scratched. Tried to go safe and probably just helped.
Ran into the wrong place.
Yeah, put the 8 down the bottom. And save it behind another frame.
Tell you what he must have been doing playing a bit of this game though, because his
Well,
game's
he's a good-
improved quite a
Yeah,
lot.
he's a good player, isn't he? I mean, he used to do this up in. I mean, that's how Chris knew him from. He used to play in Auckland, didn't he? Isn't that where he comes from? Comes from there, from this background, isn't it?
Body.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. I think his
Oh,
background's more on
no.
the 7-footers.
Oh dear. And he just, yeah. Another middle myth.
Because we're having issues with the middle pockets then.
Yep, Robbie got it. So it'll be Rob. They might put them on that table, would they?
Yeah, it could very well do. Obviously we're having to... Obviously we're going to have to find out what the tournament control wants, but...
I'm sure he'll be in here in a minute. On Crowdus as well. You and Crowdus are actually good together, I thought. I know too much jokes, so. You and Crowdus are good commentators, I thought.
Yeah, I really like commentating with him.
Yeah.
I think he's very knowledgeable about the game, but also he's very good to speak to.
Yeah. He's got, he's got a lot to say
He's one of
about
those
it. Yeah.
one of those people that just gels well with him, with me.
Yeah, you do.
He's also got a good way with words as well, which I
He's
really
very
like.
diplomatic. So are you, though. I think you're quite diplomatic as well. Thanks for letting me come on.
So you're gonna just watch, are you?
Yeah, I'm just gonna get some tea here.
Did you want to say anything just before you leave?
Like,
Or just a general thank you, or to people who played in this, or what have you?
I will, yeah. Do it at the end.
So yeah, Katrina's just going to jump off for a while. She's just got to have something to eat, have a sneaky watch of pole. So yeah, just want to thank her for jumping on and having a bash on the mic with me. So just so much of this tournament's about her as well, of course, because not only does she play pool herself, but she's obviously was in a relationship with one of the biggest and most well-known players in this game. This is the player that we're playing in remembrance of today, who was Chris Bowman. And Katrina making the trip all the way from Nelson this weekend to not only just to play, but also to be present to hand the trophies out to the winners and just to be the ambassador for this tournament. They actually had a trophy made up for this tournament. Chris's two children, Olivia and Jacob, commissioned a trophy for this particular tournament, and that is the one that you will see at the end of the matches today. So they had, and also Katrina had a lot of input into what sort of tournament this would be and so on. So we do have Robbie Overall and Brent Ogg in loser round 4. So Robbie was victorious over Graham Watson 7 frames to 5, and Brent Ogg in this position because he lost his last match 7-1 to Joe. So we do not have a table assigned to the Robbie and Brent match yet, but we will have one quite shortly. whether it's this table or whether it's another table, we don't know. And if it's another table, then quite possibly either loser round 5 or loser's qualification match will be the next game to be played on our streaming table. So just hang tight, folks. So yet to find out what's going to happen. I'm just looking out the window at the footage of the 2014 Southern Indiana Open or something. I think we're just, because it's one thing that we've got here in this particular pool room, we've got some access to footage of previous pool tournaments, and I think everything that's involved here has had Earl Strickland in it. So, and Earl, of course, one of the best players to ever play the game. This particular game is the, obviously you guys can't see this, but the 2014 Derby City Classic 9-ball tournament in Southern Indiana. This is Earl Strickland against Niels Fyan, and currently that score is 1 frame apiece. So that was in 2014, that's not a live match, so I'm just looking at video footage of a game that was played. At the moment we've just got a couple of players practicing on the table while tables are assigned to the next lot of games. So I think this is just an opportunity here for players to try and get those skills up and going, just practice stuff that they were trying to play before and didn't play very well, because they know that there's a chance that they're going to have that shot again, that they can learn where they went wrong, so to speak. Nearly 8.5 hours.
Yeah, we restart. Like one more game through and we'll restart it, I think.
So after this game, folks, the stream will be restarted because we're just about at our 10-hour limit. Thank you, YouTube. And Greg Crowdis has just jumped back in here after unfortunately going down in his last match.
Yeah, done my dash on the tables. Robbie Averill took pity on me and bought me a beer, so it's gonna be a slippery slope from here on.
Yeah, Katrina bought me a couple of drinks as well, so
Oh, cool.
could be the same for me in terms of my commentary.
Right.
Notice how I said that immediately afterwards.
Are we going to finish today?
Sorry?
Are we going to finish today?
Yep.
But Darwin was just asking if we were going to have this all finished today, and yes, we will.
Yep, this is the stage where it all gets down to one table. So, unfortunately, we've got one game to go in the loser's side, and then it's, I think, the winner's qualification's finished. That was the last game on here, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yep.
So yeah, Darwin's in the final now, so he's going to be the one having to wait.
Okay, I think he just ducked off outside, so he knows he's got a bit of a wait coming up. So how many more games have we got? Quite a few. So Robbie has to play Brent. The winner of that match will play Jun. The winner of that match will play Joe.
And then the final.
Yeah, so we've got another 4 matches coming up.
All on this table.
Yep, and we can't. Oh, actually, winner of match 26.
Which is being played now.
Yeah,
And
It's-
28 is the game to, yeah.
Yep, we're down to the one table situation effectively. So, rightio.
So I'm going to need to find somebody to run me something to eat as well, am I?
No, we can work something out. I've just had a couple of toasted sandwiches, so it'll keep me going for a wee while. Right, and Robbie's just come off the table. Oggy has had a wee bit of a rest and a sit down. He actually had a few games of snooker earlier on, so
I saw that.
yeah.
I just wonder whether that might be just to get his queuing going, because maybe it's not as fluent as he'd like it to be. Sometimes you find that players will play a bit of snooker in between games if they can, just to get their queuing action through.
Yep.
Even though this game and snooker are quite different, it's still the same sort of attributes that you need.
Yep, definitely. So, is Robbie going to attack here, or is he on the... Oh no, he sort of snooker, didn't he? So he's spinning off the rail to hit the one.
Yeah, he's been left there, basically. Brent just basically stuffed him there, and so you do what you will with it.
He's got a bit of a result there. I think Brent he may be able to see a wee edge of that one ball. If he
Yeah,
can.
If he can, then there's a good wee clip off and run for another snooker.
Yeah,
It's actually interesting to have Katrina in here before. It's obviously someone who doesn't often commentate, or this is the first time I've ever heard her do it.
okay.
But it's also good to have a completely different point of view to the one that you expect.
Yep. Looks like Brent's taken a more attacking option here. He's looking at planting the one onto the 4. Not far off getting it.
No, he wasn't, and I actually like that, because you signaling your intentions too with that shot, that
Yep.
you're not going to back down if somebody offers you a challenge.
This one's a bit tricky to go offensive at, because I don't think he can put the 1 onto the 4. He's got to play off the 1 to hit the 4. And he's actually got a shot, I think.
You had to kind of smush the 4 in, didn't he?
Yeah, it's worked out pretty well, especially with a 2 just over the centre pocket, so he really just has to pot this. He's got a pretty good chance of being on it. No, gone safe, and gone safe pretty well.
He did that a lot against me, actually. When I played Robbie, if he wasn't happy with it, or it wasn't there to pot, he'd generally just drop
Yep.
the safety in, because you know that you're better off to take the tactical option and
Yep.
give yourself a better shot.
Brent's pretty handy with this cue. Is he going to get a result?
I would say no.
No.
Just the problem with Robbie here is getting that cue ball away from the 9. As he comes back out, he doesn't want to hit the 9.
Yeah, I think he can actually make that gap between the 9 and the 10 just comes... he's actually overcooked that a wee bit.
Somebody should take him off the grill there. Who let bro cook?
Slide this past the 9 ball, or try a quick cut into the centre. Slide it past... Oh,
He gave up on that, didn't he?
he did a wee bit.
He seemed
Yeah.
to give up on the stroke.
Mm.
You've really got to bite into that to avoid the scratch. You see, he looked pretty filthy with himself too, because he knew where he went wrong.
Yeah.
It's even worse when you do something dumb and you know exactly what the dumb thing is that you did.
Mm-hmm.
You hope from
Okay.
a neutral's point of view as well that Brent's actually
Oh,
got...
that's a roll and a half.
Yeah.
I don't think he tried to land there.
You hope from a neutral's point of view that Brent is actually queuing better and playing well than he was before.
Yep.
Because he was pretty rough against me.
Okay, I didn't actually see his game against Joe, which he lost earlier on. I think he's just ended up on the wrong side of this 5, so the whites, yeah, he's kind of
had to hit it and try to run round behind the 9 and the 10 and not
yeah. I
done
don't,
really anything.
he didn't really want to accept the longer shot. So it's Robbie who's got back into a wide open table, and is he just
It's
squeaked
gonna be
past it?
Fine.
It's an unusual way for shape. I would have gone the other side of that 6, but it's worked out for him.
Maybe it's because the 7's on the right hand side of the table, not the left. Wow.
Hmm.
How often do you see that though? It's so easy to. You'd think, oh, you'd pot that with your eyes closed, but still so many little things can happen and you miss that.
Okay, Brent's back in the saddle. Nice shape on the 7.
Put a lot of inside on that
Yep.
to get that to hold. It's quite a skill that, and to pot the ball.
Probably wants to bring the white ball back a wee bit. Doesn't want too fine a cut on this 9. Yep, perfect.
That's fine because he can just kind of play just below centre on the cue ball and just kind of let it slide. See, just like this.
Yep.
He's probably overhit it. But
He is, he's gone past it, but he sort of landed
But that's the sort of shot that he played a lot against me, is just to hit with bottom and just to let it slide rather than screw. He just lost his cue there because he actually chicken winged it slightly.
okay. Well, actually, we're both staring. I'm kind of looking at a window, and John's looking at the screen with the picture. But
I'm just used to looking at the screen when I'm commentating,
yep.
even with the game in front of me.
Oh, cut that way too thin. So we've had a few errors in this first frame. Hopefully they'll settle soon.
Yeah, Robbie actually made quite a few of those against me too, and it just wasn't good enough to put him away. It's the same with Brent, to be honest. With both games I could have won, but wasn't quite good enough. And these guys eventually will get to the point where they'll just finish.
Yeah.
You don't want to give them let-offs like that. Brent's made the most out of that rather scratchy frame. I mean, by and large, I was pretty happy with how I played today, but I think at times I tried to do too much, and I'm not a big cue ball mover, and I'd be better off just to stick to what I know and not try to put those little subtle hints of side or extra cue on stuff that isn't there.
Yep. No, quite often that can bite you. That would just a miss where you don't really want to miss, sort of thing.
Well, it was 6 each, and I had pretty much a straight shot on the 10 into the corner pocket and missed it. There's stuff like that. Having fought to get to 6 all,
Yep.
and then you do something like that.
You kind of lose all the momentum. It goes back to your opponent, sort of thing.
Careful. Oh, he's okay.
Yeah, and he cuts us into the left-hand corner as we're looking, and the white shouldn't go in off, and I think he'll float back up for that 3 in the corner behind the 5.
Going the other way.
No, he is going the other way.
Because he could hit it thin enough.
Is he going to get there? Just.
Because he could hit it thin enough to avoid the in-off the other way.
Mm.
Because so many players will play that to avoid the in-off on the other side of the pocket and quite possibly miss the pot from there.
Yep.
Oh, these are going to go ugly. Yuck.
Yeah, that's messy. That's really messy.
That's a definite clean-up job, that one.
But all he's really got here is a attack at a couple of rails behind the 9 ball. So he's looking at. Don't think he wants to go 2 rails at it.
Yeah,
He
because
probably-
you risk scratching off
Yeah.
the 3
Yep.
or the 7. So you want to be hitting this on his side of the ball rather than the other side.
Yeah, he turned and looked at Brent, which makes unfortunately, yeah, got the scratch out of it.
Why would he turn around and look at Brent though?
I think
before
he may have
plays the
called the
shot?
7. He may have actually nominated the 7 ball.
Oh, just in case.
Yeah.
Just a buck each way. Yeah, I mean, you'd feel a bit foolish if you played such a great shot and didn't nominate the ball. 'Cause you're almost in hope rather than an expectation of making the pot.
Okay, this is interesting. We'll find out whether that 6, the green 6 ball, whether it's on or not after the shot. The way Brent plays it, it looks like it may slide past the 7.
I would say definitely, and it's on for the part of the pocket that's open.
Yeah, that tells me it's going to go. So
Just has to slide this past, and he's got a similar shot on the 7.
Yep.
We had the confidence to play extra rails, so
I think
obviously it was more on than we thought.
yeah, I think he may have to play a few rails this time now to get on the 8 ball. Side to side. He just tried to hold. Oh. Beautifully on the 8, but unfortunately the 7 is still on the table.
Yeah, he forgot to do part A, which is a bit of a shame, because we would have been lauding him for the skill if he managed to pot that and hold. But instead we're just wondering why he did it, which is the cruel nature of this game.
Oh, nicely struck.
Got that nice little banana, just enough to get it the correct side of the 9. So a bit of bottom here.
I think he naturally cues at the bottom of the ball, because he doesn't strike the part where he's cueing up to. The cue tip lifts a wee bit. He's using it, I think, to aim for the centre of the, pick the centre of the white ball, which by aiming directly at the bottom. Or queuing up.
He goes up as he cues.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that was close. Unfortunately, Brent's going to get another easy frame by the looks of it. A steal right at the end.
Those are the ones that hurt, especially 2-0 down, and for a couple of things you could be 2-0 up. And we've spoken too soon.
Spat it out, but hasn't really left it easy.
Well, that's why you would play that with a bit of pace, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, yeah. See, he's played safe. Was that going to scratch?
So he's
No.
fine.
No.
It's fine.
Had a well thought out shot.
Yeah, so much of you is saying have a go, but it's just not worth it. In some cases you're just better off to just lay up.
Okay, Brent's play. Oh, no, unfortunately it hasn't quite worked. He got a wee bit too much of the ball.
He's trying to leave it sort of where that middle diamond is on that rail, wasn't he?
Yep.
And didn't work, so Robbie gets a frame much the same way he lost the previous one. One each. Probably a fair representation so far. I know we've got a small sample size, but that's fair at this point, you'd think.
I think they'll both be in their own heads at the moment, concerned about how many misses and how many mistakes are coming out.
It's all the way around. Yep. It's all the way around.
Okay, that's different.
Yeah, I suspected I had this on the wrong way round. Although usually my voice is good enough, people can still hear me okay.
Oh, it's definitely booming through now. Yep.
Yeah,
good
I
stuff.
didn't feel like I was coming through very well before, and I just took my headset off and had a look at it and saw the L next to the speaker and realised,
there is a correct way of doing it.
and you put me crook before. So I was the one that had to take that L.
Oh, nice wee kick shot there by Robbie. Is he going to get a shot on the 2? He's going to be perfect on the 2.
Incidentally, you're coming through a bit better now as well, that I've switched my mic around. So,
I've
works
always
both
found
ways.
my voice is biased to the left a wee bit.
Is it the same as you queuing?
Possibly, yeah.
If you're missing to the right a lot, then yes.
That's a nice shot.
Just have to be, yeah.
Yeah, got a wee bit too much angle on the 4 here, so he's...
Just have to be careful if I have to take a drink that I'm not going to bump the mic though.
handled nicely. He's gone right into the 5, so it may be a 5-10 plant. Now the pot, the 10 ball. In this case, the 10 ball will come back up.
Yep. So you can't win by comboing the 10 in this game,
No.
unfortunately, which is
There are different
bit
versions.
sucky.
There are different versions of 10 ball out there that allow you to do it, but the standard World Pool Association set of rules is that the 10 will respot if it's potted the right
and
combination.
and you continue your inning provided you called the 10.
Yeah, correct. Yep.
Yeah, it's an inning as well too. As we were just discussing different terms between British pole and American type pole with
Yeah,
Katrina
definitely.
before.
Yeah, definitely an inning. Yeah.
It's an inning.
It's
As long as
unusual
you're
the
at the
Americans would
table-
use a cricketing term, but
Yeah, but it's a baseball term.
oh, of course, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, cricket was invented before baseball, but baseball must have taken it from the English, because a lot of English immigrants to the US, and I'm guessing they took some of that with them with their sporting terms.
I would imagine so.
Baseball being younger than cricket, they brought some cricket terms into baseball.
Yep.
So runs, for example.
Oh, he hasn't given us enough. He's
Quit on it.
not got there. So maybe just be a safety here now. Push for 9 behind the 10 and roll the white ball up on the 10, which he's executed particularly well. Although he has got the kick shot across the table, but
That's good though, because
Yep.
it's good because he was disappointed with himself, and you could tell. But then he's gone and
We've-
sacked up and realised that he's
Yep.
got to play a safety.
so he's probably odds-on favourite to get back to the table. I would expect Robbie to hit this, though, which he hasn't.
Would, and he
So-
hasn't.
Yep.
So where's the things you expect? Often the things that don't happen.
Yep. You give that one a bit more. He hasn't let up on that shot. He's played that beautifully.
I suspect he'd rather be right down the other end of the table than short.
Yep. Okay. It looks like they've actually got a wee bit more finesse going with the queuing at the moment. That game seemed to flow through a bit quicker.
It did. I think you just naturally get that too as you go. Maybe also because this is a different table to the one they've been playing on.
Yep.
They'll actually find their range. Maybe they were both playing quite well before, or at least Robbie was. But then, of course, this is a different table to the one he was playing on, so
Yep.
he's having to readjust.
Absolutely. And as much as these are all, well, 3 of these 6 tables in here are Brunswick Gold Crown 3s, they will all play subtly differently.
I was making a comment about these tables versus the ones that the US Open was being played on, or the screens that we can see in this pool room, how those tables look like they've got absolute buckets on them.
Back in the days of those tournaments, yeah, this is a bit more the one it's on at the moment. I think this is kind of like early 2000s, but sort of at that stage, the
2014. This is 2014.
2014.
Derby City Classic.
Okay, oh yeah, there's a Earl Strickland playing
Neil's fine.
He's fine. That'd be a good match to watch. We're supposed to be watching this one though.
We love watching polls, so
Yeah. No,
just
it's
this
only
is
sort
the
of
game we need to concentrate on.
yeah, it's in the last couple of years. I mean, Matchroom's got involved in the sport, and there's been a trend towards tighter pockets. Matchroom have done it probably more extreme. I think they've gone down to 3 and 7/8 inches.
it
the
was
UK
4
Open.
inch, wasn't it?
4-inch was the standard they were approaching, but they actually stepped a wee bit below that at the UK Open about a month or so ago.
Because it was 4 and a quarter, was it? 4 1/4 inch.
4.5 for sort of the last
Ooh, that was close
last
to a scratch.
15 odd years has been considered like a pro standard, but they've slipped down to 4 1/4 now and 4-inch. For
Oh, she's followed through and scratched.
yeah, our tables here are probably what I'd call 4 3/8, so they're a bit less than 4.5 inches, but they have quite a shallow shelf, which makes the pocket play a wee bit friendlier.
Yeah, because it's funny because you did expect that if in that case to play the same as those tables we were discussing, the ones played at the US Open, but they don't. I'd say a lot of the shots that would jaw and sit
Yep,
would have gone on those US Open tables.
possibly, yeah. I think, just having a quick look through the side window, that table they're playing on is actually a diamond, and diamonds are well known for having quite a deep shelf in the pockets, which tends to make them play a wee bit tighter.
So, he's jumping. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Just tap the 7 on the head.
it wasn't one of the ones you wanted to lay into, otherwise the white ball goes sailing off the table after contact, but he's just eased up a wee bit too much on it.
Or you even worse, you actually jump the cue balls directly into the pocket.
Yeah,
You
I've
look
seen
like
that done.
a fool.
Yeah, no prizes for a hole in one in this sport.
No, sadly.
So Robbie needs to get nice shape on that 9 ball that's tucked up on the rail near the side pocket. I'm picking he'd like to land on the short side of it, which is sort of on the top left of the table as we look at it, although he hasn't got real great shape for that.
I'd be going the other way. I'd be going towards bulk. So he's going towards
He has.
bulk.
Yeah, he may have to bank this now.
I just wonder why he didn't cut that in the middle and go off the bulk rail and be almost straight on it and just
Yeah.
play it in straight. You're naturally going to be on the 10.
Yep.
Maybe he doesn't like having to play straight.
He has called the cross side. He's going to have to put a bit of side on this to turn the 9 ball back. He's done it nicely, I think. He's turned it back too far.
Yeah, there's little things with those banks, isn't it, that I'm still not 100% on. That's probably why I miss so many of them.
Oh, he's got that a wee bit. No, pocket didn't swallow it up.
Cheeky. What? What did I say, Dev? Was either myself or Greg. It's a shame you couldn't be here actually, Dev. 'Cause I know you're fairly local to this. I know you live in the area.
Okay, 2 each by the looks of it.
Yeah, players not getting away from each other.
I could sort of see this going hill-hill, to be honest. It's a early call, but
Well, it's good for neutral viewers, isn't it? Saying to Katrina, it makes for better watching when it goes hill-hill.
Yep.
Because you know that the game is going to mean much more. Everything means more when it's close, and then it goes hill-hill, and all of a sudden everyone's wanting to jump out of their seats every time a ball goes down.
yeah, my very first match of the day went hill-hill against Darwin.
Me too.
Yeah, I had my chances there.
Me too. That's why we're both sat here.
Our apologies for that, Dev. Yeah, it changed. It was initially going to be a 2-day event because we were having it as a qualifier to the New Zealand
yes.
Open 10 ball, but plans have changed.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, the New Zealand Open 10 ball is now turned into the World Championships 8 ball, and we had these 2 tournaments which were going to be qualifiers just dropping our laps basically, so we changed it to a
So now a memorial
Yeah,
tournament,
yeah,
isn't it?
tournament in honour of Chris.
But I mean, it's good that we still had a tournament to play, isn't it?
Absolutely,
Because
yeah.
We can still restructure it into something that means something, and this means a lot, doesn't it? Because I mean, Chris did represent New Zealand on these tables, and he is quite a big part of our pool scene, or was at least a big part of our pool scene on all cue sports, really.
Absolutely, he played everything. Nothing put him off.
And he loved the game too.
Yep.
You see how much love he had for the sport and how much he actually influenced people when he played the sport. He obviously had some different opinions to a lot of people, but I mean that's no different to anyone else, is it?
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of the people sort of we're obviously playing this in Christchurch, and you get to know the people in Christchurch, and there's an opinion base that sort of goes around. Most of Chris's pool and time was spent in Auckland, so there would be a different approach to the game up there, and different personalities and that sort of thing.
Well, yeah, I mean you get that with CNZ too. I know I don't want to speak about CNZ too often because this is not CNZ, but you get different styles of play, the North Island versus the South Island.
Yep.
It is slightly different. Because when you play in a nationals, for example, or when you watch the separate island events, you can see the style of pool is just ever so slightly different between the two islands.
Yep.
Because you see the North Island, they've got more players, but I find that they tend to do better in tournaments than the South Island players do. And maybe it's just because they play more against the top players, but also because they know that they've got to beat more players to get to that position, so they're more battle hardened.
And I think they play actually more. There are more sort of tournaments up there. They can all, because all the individual provinces and that sort of thing, they all play Charter Club, and they have a number of tournaments in each
The
province that we possibly don't get in the South Island.
northern area has heaps and heaps of tournaments.
Yeah.
Because I'm still a member of the northern area Facebook page, even though I no longer have Swanson membership.
Okay.
Well, I had Swanson membership so I could play with Lee Hildred in the 2022 Nationals, CNZ
Okay.
Nationals.
Just quickly going back to the game here, Brent's faced with a wee bit of a challenging shot. I think he's trying to find an angle behind the red 3 ball to bank at to kick at the 2 ball, and I think he's changed his mind by the looks of it. He's
Well,
quite happy to go directly at it. Yep, directly at it and try and get the white ball safe.
yeah, it's a shame too, Dev. Obviously, rest in peace, rest easy, whichever term you want to use. But yeah, I mean, I never got to play against him on one of these tables, so, and I never will, because I know how much of a beast he could be on these tables.
Absolutely.
They just suited his game, didn't they? Suited the way that he played.
Has he broken the forehead or tied it up even more? Tied it up
Oof.
even more. So he's going straight across the table to come back into it. Got the hit. Has he got a result? No, not really.
Wouldn't want to have wanted to just kick the 7 into it either, because you risk losing the frame if you
Yeah.
do that. Not because it's a deliberate foul, but because
Brent's handled that nicely. The 6 is going to be a wee bit tricky. Blocked to the pocket because of a 9 ball.
maybe you could come back out into it.
Yeah, he may try and drop him behind it for a shot to the centre. The
Oh.
left hand centre.
True.
A touchy wee shot.
Doesn't pass the 8 either, so
No.
there's only really one pocket for it, or even 2 pockets for it.
Okay, he's given it the wee kick, which he may choose to take the shot to the corner. I think he has, or is he playing safe? Playing safe.
That's going to roll too far though. He's left that wide open.
He's even promoted the 7 a wee bit over the centre pocket with that shot.
It's just too much weight, wasn't it? Just overhit it.
Oh, that's missed by a large margin. Sorry, Robbie. You really threw the cue at that.
Yeah, just a pro tip. Don't throw your cue at the ball.
So Brent's got a wee issue here with the 9-10. He may look to split them now. Yeah,
Yes,
that
and
solved his
done
problems.
beautifully.
Yeah.
Now he's running away from the 8, but you'd think if you could either just pot this quietly and take the long shot.
I think he's elected to let the white ball go a wee bit, and it's worked out nicely. That white's rolled right back in line for the 8.
Well, it's just so easy for these
Yeah.
guys, isn't it?
And as long as he doesn't leave a straight shot in this 9 ball, he's fine. And even if he does, he has options, but no, that's perfect.
All he's got to do is plonk this in with a bit of stun. Stun over for the 10.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Job done. Quick left-handed change. Perfect.
And play with the hand that doesn't have the glove on it. It's funny how you can actually teach yourself that too. I know you've done it too. How you can teach yourself to play shots left-handed and still get that good cue ball action.
Yeah, oddly enough, I actually find I have quite a nice finesse with my left hand, because I do tend to hold the cue quite lightly. I don't feel like I can grip it.
You've got that Phil Wilkinson grip, don't you?
Yeah.
He barely touches the cue.
Yeah. And the one thing I find you need to do is when you cue, you've got to make sure that whichever dominant eye you have, or your vision centre, is still over the centre of the cue, and then your aiming is no different. It's just a matter of getting your arm swinging through confidently. There are times when you just can't get away with it. You've either got to take the jigger or back down on the shot sort of things, but there are lots of times I'm more than comfortable swapping to my left hand.
Yeah, I haven't learnt that, unfortunately. I'm And also I don't have a jump cue, so unfortunately that doesn't help. There's certain shots I know you'd be very wise to have a jump cue for.
Yep. It's sort of a necessary tool of a job these days.
Unfortunately, I just have never been able to afford one. I haven't played enough to need one. Where the hell is that going?
Yeah, it hasn't quite worked out the way he wanted. He still has a shot, I think, to a corner pocket, but the white's going to be pinging side to side. Yeah, just managed to cheat the pocket enough to drop it in.
Yeah, everything was pushed to its limit there, wasn't it?
Yep. He's going to have to be quite forceful for this too, because a 4-ball sitting on this right-hand corner pocket closest to us
The rail
is,
is
quite
it's on
tight to the rail. He needs to be relatively close to it. Oh, I said that beautifully.
Or at least with the angle like this, where he doesn't have to cut it so much, and he can confidently run off rails if he needs to for the 5.
Yep.
So just like this, he played inside for the natural angle to the 5.
Yep. He's good now. A wee bit of bottom. Pull the white ball back in between the 10 and 9 ball. Oh, he's just gone straight at it. That's quite, yep. Nicely done.
Just make it easy for yourself. You don't need to involve stuff like that if you don't
Yep.
need to.
The 8's readily available, so he doesn't need to be perfect. He is straight on the 6, which is far from ideal, but as I was saying, the 8 ball would be hard to miss the 8 ball from.
Yeah, as long as you've got a shot on it, right?
Yep. Just missed to make sure he doesn't land in behind one of these 2 balls in the middle.
To that end, would you, if it's dead straight, would you just draw straight back?
I think so, yeah. Well, he's got right into that. Yeah, I don't think he needed to do quite that much with it, but it's worked out for him.
This could be awkward though. I mean, that ball being over the pocket, you're not going to miss it.
Yeah,
but
I think
how
if
are
he-
you going to get pause?
Yeah, if he just pulled back to the side rail, it's probably would have been better position for him.
Just be the left-hand side rail. Just clip it in naturally.
Yeah. See.
Rail first.
Yep. Not terrible. Bit of a tester. We'll see how good his queuing is.
Well, this is all just killing prowess, isn't it? Just a stop shot.
Yeah, handled with aplomb.
Good word. I like it. I approve. You always know it's dangerous when he starts to play a bit quicker like that.
It's sort of what you want to achieve in this game. You just want to get that bit of fluency going and get on a bit of a roll.
Everything's a few seconds quicker, but that's just because everything's easy.
Yep. And you can find when you've got 2 players, as these guys both started off a bit shaky and that sort of thing, it's like a mad dash to see who can get in sync quickest.
Yeah. Well, that's what you're playing for. It's a flow game, just like 9 ball is a flow game. You
Yep.
want to run racks as quickly as you can. You want to get yourself as far ahead as you can. You do that early, and then everything self-perpetuates, especially in 9 ball and you've got winner breaks. But this game, of course, you don't. But it's the same thing. Get to the table, get
Yep.
off the table with all the balls down,
Yep.
and then on
Keep
to
your
the next
opponent.
one.
Yeah, keep your opponent in the seat as much as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't know about you, John, but I might just turn our chiller unit off for a wee bit.
So it was starting to get a little touch chilly in here.
Yeah, it's a bit of change from last time we commentated in here. It was like a sauna, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were getting hot boxed. And also, it sounds different with that off too.
Mm.
It's almost like we're the only people in the whole room now, even though obviously there's a room that we're looking straight down on.
Yeah, we put a wee bit of time and effort into making this room was insulated and soundproofed as much as we could. We did it on quite a tiny budget, so it's not been done with
It's
know,
not 100%,
oodles of equipment,
but it's really good for what it is.
I think so. Yeah,
I think you guys have done brilliantly with what you had.
yeah. Our 2 wee windows are double glazed. We've got insulation on the walls for not heating but soundproofing, and it's worked out really well.
Just like that shot that Robbie played.
Yep.
Because I know Jimmy Henry was here earlier this year, and he
Yeah.
was full of praise for this.
Yep.
Because of course he runs Massey and Pukekohe.
Yeah, I actually did a wee bit of commentary with Jimmy When was it? Oh, the Valley. They had the Valley National 8-ball champs a couple of weeks ago in Hamilton. So I sat down and did a wee bit of commentary with Jimmy.
Massey and Hamilton, was it?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep, on the wee 7-foot Valley tables.
Oh, those would be fun to play on.
Oh, enjoyable. Cruel when you miss a couple of shots and you.
You think to yourself, how do you miss on those?
Oh, well,
When
trust
you
me,
do?
it's yep, it happens.
Oh, how about that for a fluky snooker?
He's got a roll and a half there. No, it doesn't look like Brent King kicking behind. He's got to come off a couple of rails to kick behind that ball.
I like how they were both having a laugh, though. Oh, he's going to try and go for the side pocket on the left, is he?
I think he's just picking the angle. He's coming 2 rails at this, so he's probably playing into that first diamond, into the second diamond on the long rail. Yeah.
I think all things considered, he's played a really good shot there. There's
Yep.
a lot of traffic to manoeuvre into for Robbie later on if he gets that far.
Yeah. Oh, we still got 2 over the corner pocket. Okay. From where I was sitting, that corner pocket on the right hand is just out of my field of view. I have to lean across to see it. He dropped in behind. He
That's going to no, it
just-
quit.
just come out, I think.
I think you can see this.
Yep.
He's down on it quickly, so
Oh,
that
he's got-
tells me
Is
he's
he giving that 6 a
okay.
wee nudge? Hasn't helped his position on the 4, but in fact, yeah, getting back on the 5 would be
Yeah.
pretty much impossible from here, wouldn't it?
Well, unless you can cut it into the middle,
I think it's
Which
too far. I think
don't
it's too
think
far
it's
down.
cuttable, no.
Yeah. I think he's really got to go safe here. He just can't take a pot on.
Take a rail or a couple of rails and try and get back behind that rubbish. Or maybe he's just using the fact that the 5 is ugly just to throw a challenge down to Brent. So
Yeah.
you sort this out, Brent. I'll just sit here and watch.
I've got a feeling the 5 goes in the right hand corner pocket up there, but
It's to
not
get-
with the white ball being there, though it doesn't.
That needed to get on its horse, didn't it?
Yeah, is he going to get the jump cue out? He's not rushing towards it.
I don't think so, unless you can, even off the 7 maybe, jump it, hit it fullish, and carry him off the 7.
Yeah.
So yes, maybe you would get your jump cue out in that situation because you're hitting basically the full ball. Instead of if you're trying to jump and cut it with the 10 being there, it's quite finicky.
Yeah, no, he's definitely got it out, so let's see how... I've just got a feeling, though, if you take this on and don't get it right, you've just solved every problem on the table for your opponent, though.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think the 5 slides between those 2 balls.
Does. But can he hold for the 6 is the question, or hold reasonably for the 6? He's hit that rubbish and
Yeah.
still left it on.
I think Brent will be swinging around a couple of rails for a shot in the 6 in the left hand. No, he's just gone straight into it.
You always
Just
think
about got
about
there.
it, don't you? But this shot is quite similar to the one he just played, so you
Yeah.
want to try and play the same shots, don't you?
Yeah. And just a wee touchy one to make sure he stays on the 8 ball. Needs angle to get the white back on the 9.
She's made quite well.
So he may just choose to come back 1 rail here. I think he's coming back 1 rail. No, he went round.
He played the Jessen shot, but he didn't hit it as well as Jessen does.
No, he's got himself he's got a shot, but it's nowhere near as nice as what he wanted.
Bank, is it?
Don't think so. I think he'll still cut it to the corner and just let the white ball ping side to side a wee bit, or pinball side to side.
He did say that he's normally good at banks, but not so much today. Whether that's changed or not,
He's taken the bank on.
we will find out. No, not on this occasion.
And he's got the ball safe though.
Robbie can just clip off the side of this and try to manoeuvre the cue ball around so the 10's in the road. Hit gets it nice and fine, he leaves the 9 and
Has to be
there.
very, very fine contact, and he's got that a bit too thick. Let's bring
distance.
a testing pot though.
Distance is your next best friend in this situation.
Yeah, but it is one that sort of naturally is going to leave him position on the 10, so it's definitely worth taking on.
If this were me, I wouldn't be bothered about the cue ball so much. I'd just make the pot.
Yeah.
Just focus on the pot. If you land bad on the 10, at least you can sort it out then. If you pot it land good on the 10, then everything's sweet.
Yeah, he's taken the other option. Missed it and landed great on the 10.
Yeah, but that gets you nowhere though, except for a one-way trip to your seat.
Yep.
Go. Oh, he's gotten his line wrong.
Yeah, he tried to check it up and didn't really bite.
Instead of checking it, he wrecked it.
Yep. Again though, still got a shot. Yep.
Oh, he took the slice and dice.
Nice. Okay, one
Brought his
frame.
knife to the game.
Keeping our match nice and tight. He's got the break. Gives Robbie a quick... Yeah, Robbie's just giving Brent a quick smile.
He knew he got away with one there. That could have gone oh so wrong.
We've got a couple of people sitting in the stands as well, just watching. I think we got Jojo and Waddy are both parked up in the stands watching the match.
Yeah, Jojo just got here. Well, I say just, but she got here about an hour or so ago.
Yep.
Must have taken a keen interest in this. Maybe she was at work today.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It could have been. So normally with the break, Robbie's breaking from the side here. This is more used when you're racking with a triangle, because you can't guarantee to get the balls as tight as what you can with a template. And what they're trying to achieve is to actually cut the one ball into the opposite side pocket from where the side they break from.
Same as 9 ball, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Because I know with 9 ball, that's what players are trying to do if they break from the side like that.
Yeah, well nowadays, especially with the 9 being on the spot and the break rules that have been brought out in 9 ball, they are definitely trying to go for the one ball in the side pocket, whereas in years past they were quite happy going for the wing ball, which is the corner ball.
Yeah, it's harder to do that when you're having to break inside the box.
Yep. Yeah.
And as you said, 9 on the spot changes all your ball angles.
It is, and the reasons that has been brought in is to eliminate the wide ball on the break sort of thing. It was just going continuously.
It's just too easy.
Yeah.
Brings a bit of chance back in.
Yeah. Your normal 10 ball break, you're looking at bringing the 2 balls behind the 1. You're hitting the rack in such a way that you're letting those track forward towards the middle pocket. But it's very, very hard to do with a triangle rack because the balls are just not as tight together as what you would get with a template.
That's not worked out at all for Robbie. He got
No.
snookered on the 3 and got out of it, but he's left Brent easy here.
Yeah, Brent's just had a quick look at that green 6 ball next to the 10. It looks like it goes in the corner pocket.
Because that 6 has always been green, hasn't it?
Yep.
It's because the 7 has been maroon, it's been that light greeny colour.
Yeah,
greeny
we
bluey
have
colour.
another set of balls here which we use for general play, and it's a Cyclops set, and that has a different coloured 6 and 7 and 14 and 15. This is more of a standard set of colours of this ball set. This is a
except for the
Predator.
fact that this 5 would have been purple and the 4 would be pink.
It's an Aramith. The Aramith black ball set
Yeah.
is the one with those different colours. This is the Predator Arcos 2 set.
Oh dear.
He's got way too close to that.
That's, as I said before, that's cuddly.
So he's going to have to snick off the edge of this and try and get a safety, I think, unless he can just find the potting angle, which he could.
Oh, that's wonderfully played.
Yeah, nicely handled.
And he got enough just into it.
Yeah,
to
screw
get
back
to
a
the
wee bit.
7.
So he's now got angle on the 8 ball to get to the 10.
It's just that natural cross angle, isn't it? You don't want to get too much into it because
Ooh,
you
wanna
got
get-
too much into it.
Well, yeah.
Instead of the ball actually coming back, it
he
kind of bit too much into it.
Yeah, he's killed. No, I don't think he let time for that to get out of his head. So he dropped that in the middle pocket. Right. So in this case, obviously, if a 10 ball's got on the wrong pocket, it comes back up and respots, which is going to leave Robbie with a particularly nice shot to equalise the match.
Yeah, I mean that's a different. It's different to 8 ball, isn't it? Because in 8 ball, if you do that, you lose the match, or you lose the frame. But in 10 ball, obviously, because the ball gets respotted, because it gets respotted when it's
Anytime
out of turn.
Yeah, anytime it goes out of turn or goes in the wrong pocket, it's respotted. Yeah.
Which I mean, it's quite weird, isn't it? In many places. Yeah, it's quite weird, isn't it, that you've got that rule for 10 ball and a different one for 8 ball. But
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things that players get tripped up on, isn't it? It's just like if you're making a combination, for example, 1 onto the 7 being a prime example of that. What happened to me today, if you call the 7, obviously, because you want to pot the 7 using the 1,
Yep.
and you pot both balls, oh, get out of there.
Oh, it slid straight in, hasn't it?
You absolute mongrel. He played that left-handed, he hit it nicely.
Yeah.
The cue ball failed to hit anything else and just went straight in.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Robbie, Brent's got a bit of momentum going now, so I think he'll snap this opportunity.
Yeah, but what happened is that because I potted the ball I nominated in the correct pocket, it's still my shot.
Yep.
The fact that the 1 dropped is immaterial.
As long as you get the ball you're going for, you're free to carry on. Yep.
I think that's where John just got a bit mixed up, because I didn't call the 1 as well. I didn't have to.
Yep. Oh, see. No, I don't think he's got a shot here.
He's walking over to his jump cue.
Yeah.
Firstly, he's walking away to berate himself, and then to grab his jump cue.
Yeah. Fortunately, with this jump shot, he doesn't have to go over the entire ball. He's really just got to skip over the edge of it, so I would expect him to get this.
Yeah, you don't actually want to chance that, though, do you?
Oh, absolutely not. No.
Because
No.
it's easy enough position, and he's missed it, but then he's been good with the jump shot.
Ooh.
I think he moved.
Yeah.
He kind of moved as he cued it, and that's changed where he's either aimed or cued the cue ball.
Yeah. He hasn't left much here for Robbie. That's nice. I think he'll be looking at safety.
Behind the 10. Either ball behind the 10.
He tried. He hasn't quite got there.
I've seen a lot of those today. You try to get the clip away and hide the cue ball, and you haven't gotten enough. It's more that they haven't hit it hard enough.
Yep.
Than the other way around.
Oh, sweet. Nice shot.
Well, sweet, because he hasn't scratched either.
Yeah.
The scratch was a massive red flag on that shot, but he's
got to
done
come
so
with another
well.
nice shot now. He may just choose to go out, cycle out of the corner, the upper left corner pocket, or pull the white ball right back to the rail. No, took my first option, got nice on the 9.
Confidence. You don't play that shot without a bit of confidence behind it.
Mm.
To know that you can make potted, and also to make sure you don't scratch. And there's some more confidence to go that way as well.
Yeah.
Because the natural route's to go the other way, but
I thought he might just hit that plain ball and slide down the side of a table, but he's hit that really well.
and then he's gone and made a pig's ear of it.
Oh, and he's left another easy shot for Robbie to steal another frame.
Why is it always the easiest stuff that goes wrong? You made 2 brilliant pots, he got 2 brilliant positions, and then he duffed the easy one.
Yeah.
Welcome to 10 ball, folks. And by extension, 9 ball. That's exactly what I did against Brent in my match earlier today. I did all the hard work in the last frame and missed a fairly easy 10 to win the game. So
Yep. It happens. It's the curse of the game of rotation. Every ball is as much important as the one before it.
especially when you get to the end. That's a massive break.
Has he got a ball? No, I don't think
But
he has.
No, it's gone dry. He's absolutely moosed that.
Yeah. Okay, quick switch to left hand. He's got right back into the centre pocket. No, just
Away from it.
got
I think
away
he
with
was
that, I think.
flirting with it though.
Yeah, definitely got away with that.
He only had a small area to not hit the 6 as well, so he's done incredibly well to not scratch and not hit the 6.
Yep. Right, he'll want to get out here. I'm sure the last two frames are.
Still trying not. You try not to replay those in his head, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He's in pretty good shape. He was probably slid a wee bit too far down the table, but he should be able to recover. Yep. Wrong side again of the 5.
He knows his queuing's good. It's just here, if he can avoid the 9, he should be fine.
Yep.
The 9's actually probably helped him there. So except for the fact that he's just overrun it.
I think he'll probably draw this back into the side rail and rebound out for the 7, I'd imagine.
Well, that's what he tried to do anyway.
Yeah.
But again, because he's steadily running out of position, he eventually ended up missing the ball.
Yeah, every pot just got more difficult and more difficult. So Robbie's in with a good chance here if he pots this. He should drop in right behind the 7.
I would probably say that Brent's played the better shots overall in this game, but he hasn't finished. His finish has been
the errors have crept
lacking.
in. He's playing some pretty solid pull at times, but yeah, the completion just isn't there.
He's not finishing the job off. That needs to slow down, which it will.
No, he's fine here.
Yeah, and because he's not completing the job, then he's seeing all his hard work go to the other person.
Yep.
So Robbie's just one ball away from being on the hill here. Drills it.
Right.
Gave it no chance to stay on the table. So 6-4 Robbie overall first to the hill.
Yep. Brent's just popping the score in. So I'd imagine Brent's back arm is going to be a wee bit tight at the moment. And all the pressure's starting to come on. He knows he's gifted the last 3 racks away.
Which incidentally does not make it any easier to play pole.
No.
You've almost got to fight you've got to fight that, don't you? Because you get more tense, you grip the cue more tightly, and that's not what you want to be doing at all.
Yep. So a nice solid break. No joy, but he hasn't left the ones Robbie can see it. I don't know whether he may be able to pot that in the corner past the 7. He's just having a quick look now.
I just wonder whether he might be better off playing safe.
I
There's enough room behind the 7 to park the 1 behind it perhaps, and just let the cue ball run around.
no, he did definitely play safe there, but he's overcooked it a wee bit.
He's actually gotten lucky because he hasn't left it on, but he's overcooked it so much that he's actually gotten the partial snooker the other side.
Yeah. What's he looking at here? Is he going to masse into it?
Swerve.
It's a long way away from that 5. Yeah, it's always a problem. It was always going to start curving, and
Yeah, I just think that's a poor shot option. I think that's also due to the fact that he's behind.
Oh, there'll be some frustration in that for sure. But I think the shot there was to kick off the bottom rail into the one.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, you're almost trying to play the hero shot to give yourself a kick up the bum, aren't you?
Yep.
And it quite often backfires.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not the percentage option, is it?
Yeah, so Robbie's real problem here is the 4 ball.
All the 4 and getting on the 2 as well.
Yeah.
The 2's kind of trapped in there next to the 9 and the 10. There is a way to come back out for the 2 in the opposite corner.
Okay, so he's very close to dropping right in behind that 4, but he's left for what appears the 2 down in the corner, isn't it? Which you can top through for the 3 for next shot.
That's probably why he went this way. Yeah, he went that way because he was going straight towards the 3.
And he's getting the rolls now, isn't he?
Yeah, that's what always happens though. It's almost like you're being taunted as the player behind.
Yeah. Dead straight for centre pocket.
There's enough room between the 4 and the 7 where Robbie could drop in the top left of your screen for the 4.
Yep.
He's obviously just got to get there, of course.
He has got the 4-7 plant, obviously, if he wishes to go that way. And he's going to have a hard time getting there now because he's fairly straight on this 3.
I don't think there's enough angle on this. He's going to have to do really deep screw here.
Yeah, and side to change the angle off the side rail.
Nah.
He got into it pretty well, but...
Yeah, he just had the wrong compass direction plugged in, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's maybe one rail into the 4, but you wonder if that might just let Brent in a little here.
Well, I mean...
Depending on what happens here.
He wants to make contact with a 4, definitely. He hasn't. He's just stick to 7, so that 4's no longer a problem. Brent just got ball in hand to sort it out.
Maybe that's the little in that he needed. Sometimes it is just like that. You're almost wanting a ball in hand, aren't you? Because you know that you don't have to force it yourself.
I'd sort of be inclined here maybe to take the 4-7 plant on. He's obviously chosen not to. And he's got pretty good shape on the 6, so...
I think he just wanted to control the controllables, right?
Yeah.
It plants an extra level of uncontrollable. You don't want that.
More to go wrong.
Down.
Absolutely, yeah.
The 7's right over the bin, you take the plant, but it's not, so there's too many things that can happen.
Yeah, so I think... Hard to say here.
He's not happy because he's too straight on this.
Maybe looking at potting it off the rail. Yep. And, yeah, judged that to perfection. Very nicely done.
Just a stun, is it? Yep.
Yep.
Stun. Just a wee follow. It's pretty much... Well, he's not quite straight, but he's straight enough that this should just be a follow.
Yep.
And then he's basically bang on the 10, so...
Trying to empty his mind. Not remember the last couple of balls, and yep. Hopefully that's to raise some of the demons.
Yeah, I mean, again, ball in hand. He managed to control everything himself.
Yep.
He took the right options too. I like the fact that he didn't take the plant.
Yeah, I still think the plant was probably worth looking at. It kind of took away a few of the issues that he did. He did have to end up potting the 7 off the rail, and if 7 wasn't there, he could have perhaps stayed centre table. But the big thing is the options he took got him out.
Yeah, I mean, nobody remembers how you did it. They just remember that you did it.
Yep.
It's that number on the bottom of the screen.
Okay, a nice solid break from Robbie. And he's... Ooh, 1, 2, 3.
No, he's gone
it's dry.
dry again.
Yeah.
How many dry breaks have we seen in this game?
Lots and lots, yep.
With 10 ball, you tend to get a lot of dry breaks.
You get more. Again, as I was saying before, if you're reckoning with a template, your probabilities of more balls going down increase, and you'll get less clusters on the table.
Is there a particular reason why that predator rack was introduced? If we all know that the template does a better job. Just being sounds hypercritical. It's just a question.
It's not really a fault of the predator rack. All racks are the same. You've got to go to a lot of effort to make sure the balls are all nice and tight. I mean, obviously the rack being, the correct dimensions and that sort of thing does help.
It's made for 8-ball, isn't it?
Yeah, but in the end of the day, I mean, you're still expecting all the balls to stay where they're put once you lift the rack off, and that's not necessarily the case.
It doesn't happen. Especially the front ball sometimes tracks off.
Yep. And it's just tiny wee gaps that sometimes you can hardly even see that will completely change the way a rack will split open.
Yeah, well, I think that's why the template was brought in, is just to try to eliminate those as much as possible.
Yeah, and it's sort of, there's no happy middle ground. You've either, and the template does tend to artificially create a super rack, if that's a term, sort of thing, where you can actually start to treat the break as a trick shot and guarantee certain balls going in. It's
a bit like how you used to break from the side with the 1 ball on the apex on the spot,
very much
instead of
so.
the 9 ball.
It was always, in the earlier games of 9-ball, it was always a ball that was always likely to go, and one that people would try and watch the path and it would track out of the rack and adjust their break to suit. But as soon as the template racking came in and all these tight rack devices came in,
like the Sardo, for example,
all of a sudden this ball that was quite probable to go was now you close your eyes and stand on 1 foot and break and it would go in. So it made a bit of a mockery of the game to some extent.
Carry him off the 10? Or did he try to carry him the 10 in?
Oh, I'm not actually
Combo
sure what
the
he
10
called
in.
there. We just got into a discussion about something else. Brent, what's he looking at here? I don't think he'll be cutting that in centre, so he might look at carrying of a 10 in as well. All playing safe. No, it was there to cut in.
That's a big solid contact on the 6, which he's got.
Yep.
4's quite handy to him here. He just doesn't want to track too far up table.
Yep. It's really a case of connecting the dots here. Every ball's got a pocket.
Balls are all close to each other too. You see 4 and 5 easy to each other. The 6 and the 7 are easy to each other.
Yeah, these 4 down here are nicely connected, aren't they?
Yeah.
And even the 8 ball being in the middle.
Yeah, you've got a nice central hub to the 9 and the 10.
Yep. Brent will be well aware this is a rack he should clear.
Maybe he just needs to not think about that. Just clear the rack though.
Yep.
It's all well and good to say that when you're trying to clear a rack, but
Yeah, he's doing a nice job of giving himself angles on every shot.
wants us to keep going. Which
I think he's pretty good
that's
here.
fine.
Yeah, just on the right side of it. He's really got a choice which way he goes now. I think he's just going to roll through gently for a shot in the 9.
The 10 being handy to the pocket helps as well.
Yep.
All he just needs to do is reverse engineer from there.
Yep.
Because the 10's basically a easy make.
Right, hell. I wasn't sure my prediction was going to come true a few wrecks ago.
You did say that.
I did, but I wasn't confident in getting it right a few wrecks ago.
Don't you love it when you're right, though?
Oh, it's an amazing feeling. It just doesn't happen often enough.
You wish you could play to that, too.
Okay, Brent will be happy he's got the break here and he's got some momentum behind him clearing that rack.
Makes for a bit of fun, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
It just, as I said before, you didn't think you were going to get to this point, but we are, and now all of a sudden...
Yeah. Unfortunately, Brent's actually shaken a few demons off in the process of getting there, which is going to do his confidence no end of good. If a ball goes down, I'd say he'd become first favourite. He has broken dry.
The break's been a poison chalice in this game.
It has. Robbie's just having
very few breaks have resulted in balls down.
Yeah, Robbie's just having a quick look at the availability of a 2. You can definitely get the white ball down there. He's overcooked that.
Maybe so much so that he snookered.
Yeah, you can see the inside edge of that 2-ball, so you can still play it, but probably not pot it.
This is fine as possible.
Ooh, doesn't get much finer than that. He hit that too fine. He's left Brent a bit of a shot.
Yeah, you can back cut the 2 here. It's just the cue ball where it's going.
Do you think the cue ball collects the 7?
I would say so.
Yeah, it looks pretty close to it, and that would hold it for the 3 next.
Or off the rail and then into the 7 if the 5 is far enough away.
Yeah.
He almost played that to optimise that hit into the 7, didn't he?
I think so, yeah.
He's done it really well.
Yeah, so the 4's the next. He's got nicely. Is it a scratch? No,
he's
he's
fine.
Good on the 4, but straight, unfortunately. Makes the 5 a wee bit of a tester.
Made the 4 a tester, he's missed it.
Yeah, trying to get good shape on the 5.
Because the side was the wrong side for the jaw too.
Yep.
Oh, he's lit up on it.
He still has a shot in it though.
He can cut it if he wants to, or he can play safe. Probably at this point you're better to play safe, I would say.
He's definitely had a go at it. Oh,
He's basically sold the farm there, hasn't he?
I think so.
That's terrible. Well, in terms of the result, it's terrible, isn't it?
To be fair, if he got the potting angle, I don't think the scratch was a problem. The ball would pinball side to side.
But those are always the things that go against you, don't they, when you start losing a few frames.
Mm-hmm.
This should be fairly simple, as long as he gets the right side of the 9 here.
Yeah, and I think he'll...
Which he has.
Yeah, I thought he might have given it a bit more to guarantee he was going to be there, but I think he's actually got angle from the 7 to get...
No, he didn't.
Back on the 8. I was going to say comfortably back on the 8, but he's back on the 8.
Might have been a touch of pocket cheating there to get that.
Yeah, I think so. The plain ball pot here will get him on the 9 nicely with angle to get to the 10.
Yeah, he couldn't have placed that much better than he has actually. Just take a rail and take your time. Make sure that the 10 looks the same way as it always has. Check that it's a race to 7 and bang it in.
Yep.
So
An
well
interesting
done,
match to say the least. That was a good one to watch.
It was, because it went in waves, didn't it?
It did. It did.
Because you had Brent starting off well, and then he fell off, and then Robbie then surged ahead, and then he kind of fell off, and then Brent looked like he was going to take it to the house, and then he gifted a few frames away, and then all of a sudden Brent found something and finished.
Just quickly tap on the window to remind Brent to put the score in so we can get the next match up. And the next match will be Brent again, first this time John Carrion.
I'll just take the opportunity to head to the facilities.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, he did really well, did Brent, because games that swing and seesaw like that, they can be very tough on you mentally.
Absolutely.
Especially when you're the player who you should be the player who's well and truly ahead.
Yeah.
Because for me, Brent was playing the better pull out of the 2 players for the whole game, but he just wasn't finishing it off.
And that's the big thing. It's giving your opponent some momentum by giving him some easy finishes. So what I'm going to do now, guys, I know there's only a couple of you actually watching, but we're going to drop the stream and restart it so we don't get caught out by YouTube's 10-hour time limit. There will be a notification come back up, hopefully on Facebook, or if you've subscribed to our page on YouTube, you'll get a notification as well. So we'll be back in a few minutes with the next match, which is John Carrion versus Brent Hogg.
Awesome. So thank you all for watching so far. The few of you have decided to watch. Hopefully there'll be more later on as we get into the point end of the tournament. See you back here shortly.